are you? He always does this. Just to rub it in my face. I can't even get out of this thing.
What? You got a Rancor too now?
His is bigger.
What?
Yes.
Yours has like big crazy horns and shit.
No, his is the cantina. His is the cantina.
Oh my god.
Edition.
Oh my god.
Listen, he has spikes. Listen, I'm not grateful. I'm very grateful for the adopted. He's got spikes. Look at him. Well, now he won't stop. See, he plays this game. Like I try to catch up to him, and then he just runs away. Stop running.
No, my brother is just the Tard Wrangler of the two of us. He has to lead us around and be like, "Come on, come."
Do you see his spikes? They're orange.
Yes, they are. Quite nifty. And yours has big, gnarly horns. What are you crying about?
No, his are orange.
No, I get that he has the like spikes around his back and stuff that are orange and everything, but you got big, gnarly horns on the freaking head of the Rancor you got. Pretty cool.
No, his are orange.
Did you want what? You wanted orange? An orange spiked Rancor? Would that have made you feel a little better?
No. Where are we going? I'm hungry. There's stuff at a gas station.
Nothing to see here, please.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Saturday Night Sith. I am your host, the Fractured Filter, with you here to have some fun. We're on episode 118, getting to the 120 mark. But before all that, before we get into everything, with me here tonight is, as always, my friend, my co-host, my partner in all this madness in the freaking world, Jay Hitman. How are you tonight, sir?
Dude, I'm so pumped to be here. 118, climbing the ranks here for our show go. So excited to get into. Hopefully, nothing Acolyte related and everything.
Oh, thankfully, Acolyte has been very quiet. Show ended. It's done with. It's gone. We don't have to worry about it no more. Now it's just everything and anything else that's been coming along for that sort of stuff. So,
dude, you know what's funny? This is obviously one of the topics of the show, but I think I mentioned it's not to my credit. I heard somebody say this, but it's like we just live in this era of just necromancing people. And boy, howdy, did we have a lot of announcements at the San Diego ComicCon. Marvel specifically, of course. That has to do with, I just feel like, necromancing. Maybe not necessarily necromancy. That might not be the proper term, but yeah, a lot of stuff coming out of Comic-Con, man.
Oh God, I know. I mean,
I get who I thought was just done with it. You know, it's funny that we ended the show last week talking about like how like it's just let franchises die, let actors just ride off into the sunset, have their time, and then the announcements and I didn't see all the announcements, but then there's one specifically. I'm like, one, how does this work? And two, why is he coming back?
Right, and that's funny too because I think it was Star Wars Marvel Purist that was in the chat, and he was like, "Oh, was it Hall H or something?" He's like, "There's gonna be some big announcement." So that's gonna be the one to keep an eye out on. And I tried asking, "Well, why?" And we got our answer out of that one. So it'll be. I mean, I already was not attached strongly to the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
No, which one? MCU or the one before?
Yes. I consider it all one. It's all one lumped in thing. you can try and separate the. I mean, I guess pre end game and post end game. It's just like, the only things that I've checked out, like I've said before on other other shows and everything, is just the Spider-Man movies, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like those are like the ones that I did actually go out and see. Except I never did see Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And now that it's under Disney's roof, technically, I still need to fully watch. I don't need to, but I might get around to it. But fully watching the Deadpool and Wolverine.
I think I was watching Star Wars Marvel Purist. He went live like sometime last week, and they were talking. I think they were rating the movies. I just caught a glimpse, a tidbit of it, but I don't know. I'm not a Deadpool fan. I don't like his humor. I'm not just into that. But like, is this movie better than the Logan movie? Because I thought Logan was.
I haven't seen the Logan movie, so I don't have a comparison.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is a very different beast. Like, it's Deadpool is all comedy. There's some light melodrama here and there, but like that's about it for Deadpool usually. But like Logan was like a serious comedy, as far as I knew. Like I said, I haven't watched it, so I don't know fully, but that's my understanding of it. And that was supposed to be Hugh Jackman's retirement from the role until I guess Deadpool came along, and he's like, "Oh shit, I want to be a part of this."
Yeah, but did he want to be a part of it, or was he coerced?
Well, again, going off of an interview that he was doing, he said that it was like with the Deadpool movies that dropped, he's like, "Oh shit, I would like to come back and be a part of this to do the whole kind of like, that sort of comedy duo, kind of the Odd Couple sort of thing."
It's interesting because I wouldn't take Hugh Jackman as one that is very comedic. I guess I don't know.
Well, I mean that he's the straight man, while Ryan Reynolds is very much the spastic, the spastic comedic one. So, and he is quite literally. That's why he kind of fit with Deadpool, is that he was the merc with the mouth, and Ryan Reynolds fit that to a bit.
Do you remember did you watch one of the, I forget which X-Men it was, but Ryan Reynolds played Deadpool, but it was a completely different.
That was the X-Men Origins, with
was
Wolverine.
It that one?
Yeah, that was where they first brought him in, and he was playing
mouth
version. Well, that was later on in the movie at the end. Everybody was pissed off. Nobody liked it the main reason like nobody likes that movie in particular is because of that part of it. I watched it, like I thought the movie was okay, but like the way they just like completely bastardized Deadpool for the end.
Well,
and I mean it was kind of, there was like I guess some irony to it, but it was just like, are you shitting me? And then they give him like the Cyclops heat vision and everything, and it was just so stupid.
Well, that was going to be my next question.
Got an opportunity to redeem that character with Ryan Reynolds, and like he said in the interview I was watching, he said how he just, it was so bizarre how just suddenly a tape leaks of this little kind of promo of how they want to do Deadpool, just magically gets out there on the internet.
Right.
For people to start going, "Oh my god!" And I was one of them. I was hyped. I liked the first, and I had to rewatch it. It's been a while since I watched the first movie, but I'll have to watch the first Deadpool to see what I think of it. I know I have my gripes with it, but I remember enjoying it when I first got into it. The second movie, I just no. But
is that one with?
I do feel like this third one kind of made up for it a little bit.
Was Josh Brolin in the second one?
Josh Brolin, he was playing Cable.
Okay.
Yeah, that didn't work out so well because it was trying to bring in a character that's meant to be very very well established, but you're just introducing him now, and it just doesn't work out. So, so yeah, it was a mess. There's a lot of pause in it. I didn't get it. The real like degenerate parts, like I think I pointed out before, was having what is supposed to be like a teenage boy, an obese fat kid in the jail cells with him, and he's reaching into his own ass for the stuff he smuggled into the prison. I'm like, what the? Okay, fuck no. That really just kind of turned me off from the movie. And then once I started realizing more and more, oh, the race swaps and stuff like that for Domino and I'm like, motherfuckers.
How accurate? So you can speak better to this than I can because again, I'm not a Marvel fan, but the Deadpool that Ryan Reynolds originally played, that was not true to the comic.
He's much more to what Deadpool has become. Not early Deadpool. Like this is definitely like because it took some time before, even in the early days of the comics, before he started breaking the fourth wall, like he does now. And
he did break the fourth wall within the comics, though, right?
He started, yeah, like it was a little bit. It was like some issues in before he started doing that, and then they had him doing it, and then like a lot of people kind of referred to this version of Deadpool as just being meme pool. And because it is just like a mile a minute, just jokes after jokes after jokes. I've explained it before, like some of the original Deadpool books were were darker, and like I said, he tortured his roommate Blind Al. He played all sorts of like messed up psychological torture on her, and like he was just overall kind of just. I mean, he was a guy that went into this mercenary program, goes into this whole gets into basically becoming a science experiment. I forget the doctor's name now, but
Stryker.
No, it wasn't Stryker.
No.
It was somebody else.
Oh,
it was a different guy.
Stryker did Wolverine, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. But then like the whole Deadpool like killing arenas that he was going through, and then that was where he picked up the name. And like I said, there's a little more melodrama and shit like that in the early books. And then like when he was interacting, especially with more of the other kind of like villains and everything, like not Hawkeye, Bullseye. That's when like one of the second like run-ins with him was when he first started breaking the fourth wall. He's like, oh yeah, I remember meeting up with you in issue yada yada, instead of like, how they'd have like the little thing in the corner displaying like, the last time they met each other and such.
Yeah.
So instead of having that, it was then Deadpool just saying it out loud. And part of my problem though with like the movies and stuff too is it feels like everybody else is also in on it. It's a little bit too much here and there.
Yeah.
Like everybody else is also kind of in on the joke when it's meant to be like everybody else is supposed to be playing this completely straight, and he's the one that's just kind of seen as a complete lunatic. But it's like when everybody else is in on, I'm kind of like, doesn't work out quite so well.
So they did not.
Everybody's winking at the camera.
And I can't remember. I think if Star Wars Marvel Pure is in the chat, maybe you can confirm. But I think they're talking about comic book accuracy, and that's the problem, man. I get it. Like people, like I've got
nobody's
an argument.
Comic book I mean,
and
at least the thing that can be said is like, funnily enough, with some of the stuff done in the Deadpool movies, and especially, and he makes the joke in Deadpool and Wolverine. He's like, it took 20 years, but finally you have your comic book accurate outfit.
Yeah.
And I think is kind of what he said too, is like, when you're supposed to know it, you're you're in a comic book movie, so fucking act like it. And
Yeah.
that was the thing, is like we finally got comic accurate Wolverine outfit, and then we got
minus the mask.
versions.
He didn't have the mask.
No, he did.
Oh, did he have the mask?
It was more towards the end of the movie. He's like,
Oh.
he kind of gives him shit about it too. He's like, oh, now you bust that out. He's like, I only put it on for special occasions. See, that's where I'm like, they're kind of in on it. But it looked really good. It did look really good. Like seeing Hugh Jackman actually Wolverined out with the comic book accurate suit and everything. I was like,
but you did not watch it though. You've not watched it full yet.
I've watched like bits and pieces of it because I was testing I wanted to see how good a quality the version that I got was.
Right. Yeah.
But I've watched bits and pieces of it. Yeah. So it's kind of like, some of it wasn't bad. And I had to say, like, I watched their first full fight between Wolverine and Deadpool. That was actually pretty good. And I was actually, because like the way they got in the CG or whatever didn't look half bad when they kind of had with him charging Deadpool, and he like charges him like you'd think Wolverine would.
Yeah.
He gets all low and he just goes in so fast and with the claws and everything, and it looked good. And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That was actually, I will say, a little bit impressive looking when I saw that. Some of it, like I said, there's some goofy kind of shit that I saw in there. I'll have to watch the full thing though for all the context.
Yeah. Was Wolverine and Deadpool, were they enemies in the comic books?
Bitter rivals, maybe, but
is that a better term?
Yeah,
then?
because like Deadpool was first an antagonist type, and then he became like an anti-hero type, and he's always just been trying to join the X-Men and the Avengers, and nobody wants him because he's a complete spastic loose cannon. But he did eventually start joining, like he joined like the X-Force, stuff like that. And then there's the big run of Cable and Deadpool, and that's why they did that second movie with Cable. But like I said, the problem is that you didn't already have Cable, who was already pre-established with a history and everything, and they're trying to create things as they go. And that's like where a lot of like the humor comes from in those books of Cable and Deadpool, is like all that already pre-established lore. And then also like it is, Wade trying to join the X-Men at every chance he can, while also just being buddy with Cable. Like it's a good. I enjoyed. I read through that comic series. I thought that was actually pretty good. It's pretty fun. So I don't know if that's, and like it is. There are some other good little stuff here and there, but he has just kind of become a walking, talking meme at this point. So, take it for what it is. But like I said, from what I saw, the third movie, it seems pretty fun. I just had to get through. I also had to I just laughing because, like I said, it's like after all this fucking time, they finally get comic accurate like outfits for some of these characters. They're like, where the hell was this? But it's also like kind of a tribute to the Fox era of the superhero movies. So you have, because they bring in so many cameos. I'm almost surprised they didn't try and get Spider-Man thrown in there somehow.
Well, and that's what I heard. There's a lot of cameos, and nobody's told me what the cameos were.
It's pretty in there, pretty heavy in there. But some of them are actually like, they do a whole segment where it's nothing but, and that's kind of the point. But also, like, part of it is actually kind of cool because, again, they're like showing a bunch of comic versions of Wolverine that Deadpool's going and meeting, and they all look fantastic. They're all from different like what if stories and stuff like that. And then it's really funny because then they have like the actual like comic accurate size of him where he's supposed to be really freaking short. That was hilarious. They brought in freaking Henry Cavill to be Wolverine for a scene, and so on and so forth. But it was like the guy Channing Tatum, I think it was, who was playing Gambit. Like he was comic book accurate to a T with the look of Gambit. I was like, when I saw him in the outfit, I'm like, holy crap, dude. And this is so funny.
Why does it take this long to get accurate?
I don't know. Well, I mean, like they've done a good job with Captain America and stuff too. Spider-Man finally a little more accurate, but I mean, like at least also the good thing is like Ryan Reynolds kept the mask on the whole time, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I heard it's because he didn't want to do the makeup. Somebody was saying he didn't.
Oh, probably, yeah. But like normally you have them taking the mask off like every 5 fucking minutes. And thankfully, like from what I
Well, why they didn't. You know why they did that, right? Because they had all the backlash from the freaking Mandalorian. Taking his mask off.
No, he did that in the other 2 movies as well, where he actually kept the mask on a majority of the time. And that was actually that's actually kind of like an impressive thing you can say, because like he rarely would show his face, the whole Swiss cheese gnarly looking face, and he was just full on like in the mask and everything most of the time. So
yeah,
that's at least the good thing I could say. Is like, you know, Ryan Reynolds has been fine with keeping his face behind a mask. Most of the time, with a lot of the whole actors and stuff like that, they feel like that it's like in their contract or some shit. They have to keep FaceTime for however long. So, and that might be why Hugh Jackman kept the mask off until towards the very end.
Where does that come from?
I don't know. I wish I could have a definite answer, but I don't.
Yeah, that's curious. I don't know where that comes from. Oh yeah, it's in your contract. You need to have your face shown.
You have to have it shown for X amount of screen time for you.
Doesn't make any sense. You're not.
Well, it's like they're still advertising themselves, right? So they need to still have their face out in the movie.
Yeah, but that's dumb for a comic book movie because most of the most
of the time they're in a mask.
They're in freaking masks. Because you know why? Because you're not trying to reveal your identity, idiots.
Right.
So,
I'm not. Hey, I'm with you, man.
Let
me get to the chat. We've been kind of going on it. Carl of RNG Podcast, how you doing, sir? Saying, is it Saturday night or is it the morning? We're in the evening. We're in the evening. Did I say morning? Pretty sure it says evening.
You said Saturday morning, Sith.
Oh, did I say Saturday morning? Oh shit.
No. Yeah, it's Saturday night, dude. Saturday morning, Sith. Welcome to Saturday morning, Sith.
And that could be like an alternative if we were ever doing a reverse.
Right.
He says necromancy is better than necrophilia. I'm just saying.
Depends on who you ask.
I mean, necromancy, you're just raising the dead, usually to using the corpses to fight for you and stuff like that if you're a necromancer and everything. But I mean, necromancy, necrophilia, they can go kind of hand in hand. And I'm just saying too, it's some weird territories there. Nerdy Neo, how's it going, sir? Saying Logan was overrated. Another one. Liquid Blake was saying the same thing. He thought it was overrated as well. Like I said, I haven't watched it. I've heard nothing but praise for the movie, but I haven't watched it myself. I'll have to someday.
Patrick Stewart carried it.
And then he says, if it wasn't for Origins Wolverine, there probably never would have been the Deadpool movies. Yeah, that's a good point. Hello, Brandon Tran. How's it going? He says, most reviews of Deadpool and Wolverine have said it's the best superhero movie. Best description I've heard was from Snarky J, that saying Deadpool and Wolverine was like going to a high school reunion. Did you know Channing Tatum originally had a Gambit solo movie after X-Men Apocalypse, but Fox canceled it? I heard something about that was floating around. So it was after X-Men Apocalypse. Okay, I thought for some reason it's after the X-Men Origins movie. Like he went that far back, but I guess not. But I did hear about him potentially having that, but it was like in development hell and limbo and shit like that. And I guess he's from New Orleans, so he was really looking forward to doing the Cajun accent. But he did it in the movie, and it I mean, as far as I can tell, it was good. Did a good job. Fear Femus, hello, how's it going? welcome to the show. Saying, what is your favorite cereal to eat while watching Saturday Morning Sith? Yes. Do you like Rice Krispies, Fruity Pebbles? What do you go for? And are you a milk, no milk? What do you like to do? That is the question.
One of the most heated debates, I might add. Do you drink the milk or pour it out?
Drink the milk.
Of course.
I
Anybody
do.
who pours it out is a barbarian.
And I am very much yes. Milk, cereal, milk, ready to go. I've heard of some people not having the milk in the cereal.
That's barbaric.
They'll have a glass of milk on the side, eat the cereal, and then drink the milk.
That's barbaric. See, that's what's wrong with this country,
right?
Amongst many things. But how dare you eat
cereal?
cereal?
No milk? What the fuck?
Yeah. How's that work?
People will use water. I mean,
it's like pooping without toilet paper. How do you do it? I guess you can, but it's sketchy.
It's scary. It's scary because then you got a squishy butt.
Monkey butt.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's what you say when you have no toilet paper. You're like, oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah. Absolutely what you say. Okay. So trying to think of how we want to kick things off.
Well, I think the necromancy thing and going into probably ComicCon's a good, unless you wanted to take a different approach.
Oh, okay. Let me bring up an article for that. Let's go to,
because I have questions on how they're going to spin this, and I'm out. There's a lot of questions, you being the Marvel guy, would love to pose them to you because I'm over here just trying to figure out how they're gonna.
Well, okay, so that Marvel news. Okay. Let me find a different article then. I thought you're a little darker.
I mean, we might be on the same page. I don't know.
Well, I was gonna go in a different direction, but
where are you going?
The other news that dropped for San Diego Comic-Con and
what I may have missed it.
Firing law enforcement.
Yeah. Refresh my memory. There's been so much.
There has been a lot of news coming out. Yeah. Oh God, they're even justifying the. Okay. Like I said, I'm trying to find a decent.
I don't know if I had a dream. Is Kathleen Kennedy? Did she get called before Congress to testify about something?
No, but I believe she might be called to testify for the Gina Carano.
Yes, that's what it is. You think that's true or not true?
I mean, we could go into that really quick while I'm also still trying to look for that article.
Not to do a squirrel moment, but I did see that and I was like, yes.
Very
and while you're at it,
that's what's great. That is what's great about our show. We have squirrel moments. We just go right into it. And we are not bound by how hard we are. We are very unstructured.
Yes.
All right.
And while she's up there, question for all the nefarious things she's done at Disney Lucasfilm.
Right. So yeah, Gina Carano v. Disney lawsuit. The Mandalorian actress names. So she names Kathleen Kennedy, Bob Chapek, and Pedro Pascal as potential witnesses for an upcoming wrongful termination trial. And I think probably why for Pedro, because she said that they were friends and everything, and yet, clearly threw her under the bus and did not stick up for her or anything like that, as far as we could tell. And this, for their quote unquote friendship, might try and use that as like a character part to it. But this will be interesting. So yeah, former Mandalorian actress Gina Carano has named a number of Disney big shots, including the CEO, Bob Chapek, Lucasfilm, Kathleen Kennedy, as potential witnesses in her upcoming court battle with the House of the Mouse. Said big shots were made party to Carano's wrongful termination lawsuit, courtesy of a July 26th filing made by the actress's legal team. Excuse me. With the United States Central California District Court. They were in summarizing the information they were currently seeking to bring to trial. Carano's attorney provided the Los Angeles District Judge overseeing the case, the Honorable Sherilyn Peace Garnett, with a list of witnesses they were considering calling upon to testify regarding her complaint. These potential witnesses include survival television host Bob Grills, who hosted the actress on an episode of his Running Wild with Bear Grylls National Geographic show, which itself was ultimately pulled by Disney after Carano was fired. The United Talent Agency, who represented Carano until her firing from The Mandalorian. PR firm, or IDPR, who likewise dropped Carano after she was cut from The Mandalorian. Mandalorian creator Jon Favreau, Mandalorian star Pedro Pascal, whose lack of punishment after his public insulting of American conservatives, Carano is pointing to as proof that she was treated unfairly. Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy, there's the CEO again, Lucasfilm publicist Lynn Hale, as well as Carano herself. Further, Carano's attorneys also provided a preliminary list of which specific documents they are looking for either side to produce as part of the trial's discovery process. This should be kind of the fun thing, is all of the discovery that's going to come out. Well, hopefully what'll be interesting for it. But we'll see. So these request items include Carano's social media posts, communications between and or among employees of Disney and or their subsidiaries, contractors, or other related entities related to Carano's social media posts, Carano's contracts with Disney. That'll be kind of interesting too, just to see what her contract exactly specified and stated and all that sort of stuff. Just
how much she was worth or how much she was going to get.
And what was on the line, like how long she's brought on for, what, because they were planning a lot of projects, and one of them did include supposedly her. Right. It's like I forget, like some. Oh God, I forgot the exact.
That and just how they wrote her out of the show, like
Rangers of the New Republic.
Yeah.
And then they completely wrote her
I
out.
I think would have been better than anything. Well, I don't know. That's probably not. I don't know. Probably not.
But anyways, it'd be curious to find out. Communications between Disney included its employees or agents. I want to say agents for some. I don't know. And Carano's former talent agency publicist and manager. I mean, like it was, she lost a big deal in Disney, and that's probably why the talent agencies and stuff kind of was like, well, you might be a liability at this point, and they're cutting ties. That'll probably be their excuse.
With everybody.
In the fact that it's in California, therefore,
you're not ever going to find any work.
At will employment and everything like that too. And all they have to do is point to certain things as well.
Is California at will?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So you could sneeze wrong and they could fire you.
Yeah, a lot of places are at will employment. Even our state is at will employment. Communications between Disney, including in other movies, show producers concerning Carano and any damages Carano suffered as a result of lost work due to such communications. That's kind of what we've talked about of other things, not Carano here, but like the incestuous nature of Hollywood. The minute they don't like you for anything, that word will spread quick, and it'll be called "Don't hire this person," good or bad, So it'll be interesting to find out, but
I just want to. I will. If this, I don't know if this is televised or not, but I would simply tune in just to see or hear Kathleen Kennedy's response, because whatever she said,
everybody's wanting to hear. Everybody wants to hear what she has.
She's like,
it's gonna be very basically political. is not going to be anything to throw themselves under the bus. It's going to be probably very concise. They're
no matter how she spins it, if she says, well, her ideals go against what we as a company feel is right, well, now you have censored her freedom of speech. You've gone against her First Amendment, right? Because she's entitled to believe and say what she wants to say. No different than Kathleen Kennedy and Disney are allowed.
If the company has certain terms of service and stuff like that, or whatever is in their contract that they are, I mean, she is as an employee of Disney representing that company.
Her contract, but here's the thing: is the contract?
If they find that she is not presenting the proper image for their company, although I mean, you'd think for Disney of all things, but for their point of view, from a certain point of view, she is not presenting the image that they want out there.
No, but here's the question: is her contract only applicable when she's on stage, or is it 24/7? You can't hold somebody accountable 24/7. It's like, you can only be held accountable to rules and policy at work while you're on the clock. Once you're outside the clock, you can have whatever opinion you want to have. So with her, like, you say, like, as long as she's, what is the, like, you can't, you know what I mean? Like, you can't, because if that's the case, then the First Amendment's null and void. You can't have an opinion.
Yeah, but Hitman, well, that's why I'm using the face of Kyle Katarn here, because I don't want to put myself at risk that, yes, while I am outside the workplace, if somebody gets that B up their ass to contact our workplace, well, our boss may be, like, kind of like a piss off sort of situation. But if it gets like higher ups involved and everything, that's not going to stand for very long. And I could see myself getting the butt kick out the door.
I'm just saying, you can't.
Because I get it, and that's why I was also kind of hesitant when we were talking about doing this show, because of that risk and everything potentially. But
I don't think you can. They find ways. You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you can hold somebody accountable to their beliefs and their opinions.
I don't disagree with you. I agree with you 100%. You should not be penalized just for the way that you are, communicating with other people for any side activities that you do. But that's unfortunate that we worry about the government, but we have companies that we have to worry about just as much, controlling your own freedoms and limitations and stuff like that. So,
I'm just very curious. I'd be very curious to see the contract, because, like I said, regardless of it, like, you can't.
Oh, I'd be very curious too, because
but here's the thing: if that's the case, so with the whole Gina Carano thing, let's say she is going against what Disney's image and whatnot, then have the conversation. They'll be like, hey, like, what I get, but then I guess if you have the conversation, they say part ways. Well, what's the difference between firing you and just saying, like, hey, like, let's part ways? Like, because at the end of the day, you're out of a job and Disney continues to make money. But they didn't do that. They didn't bring her to as far as we know, they didn't bring her to the table. They didn't sit her down. She said the comment that she did, and they fired her for it. Right. Because it went because she pissed off a bunch of mask wearing, crazies.
Yeah.
So, and Gina Carano, like, if they had sat down and talked about it, she could have walked away and she could have got another work. But no, what they did is they fired her. And because they fired her and they painted her as this radical right-wing, non-mask wearing conservative, voting for Trump, wants freedom to reign, for the entirety of this nation, now nobody was going to hire her. And that's not entirely true. Like, Daily Wire did, but Daily Wire's, well, supposed to be conservative and non-censoring, but they basically dragged her through the mud, and Hollywood's and Hollywood's not going to touch her. And why? Because Hollywood is aligned with the same people that Disney's aligned with, the powers that be, right? The spirit of the age. That's who they're aligned with. And you're not going to get a job in Hollywood if you go against Hollywood. So I think this whole lawsuit, like,
you have to have enough status to still keep yourself going.
But the question is, if she doesn't have,
because you do have people like Kurt Russell and even Tim Allen. He said some of his stuff that he said, and he's managed to keep work, but it's been kind of shaky, you know?
Yeah, but yeah, like for sure. Yeah, yes, you can find work, but the point, like, but you're not going to find it in Hollywood. A perfect example is Kevin Sorbo, right? Kevin Sorbo is a professing Christian. He's been a Christian for a very long time, right? And he went against Hollywood, and he has not been able either. Well, he chooses not to find work in Hollywood because he sees Hollywood for what it is, bunch of Luciferian devil worshiping. I mean, that the spirit of the age, right? So he chooses not to. But the point is, if he can't find a job because he's a Christian. This is a better example. Okay, Neil McDonough, he played Darian Dark in Arrow, which is Damien Dark. I'm sorry, Damien Dark in Arrow. He's a comic book character. He played it. He's a professing Christian Catholic, and he refuses to do any kissing scene or any type of sexual scene with anybody outside of his wife. Right?
Oh,
He
I heard about that. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
he was blackballed for 3 years. He lost his house, he lost his cars, he was jobless for 3 plus years. He lost everything, right? Because he went against Hollywood. And by the grace of God, he was able to he found a job through Angel Studios, and he did he did some work with Angel Studios and whatnot. But that's a better example. He went against Hollywood, and Hollywood blackballed him because he's a man of faith, and he professes his faith, and he didn't find a job in Hollywood. So that's the point. If you go against Hollywood, I think you're very hard pressed to find work within Hollywood. And she did. She went, well, and I don't know if she went against Hollywood per se, but she went against Disney, right? And she stood up for her beliefs, and she got blackballed for it. So, and because of what Disney did,
like, we only know aspects of this case.
for sure, yes. And for all we know, she could have just been like, like Megan Fox, and then like what, called Michael Bay a Nazi. And, I don't know. Like, you only know what you know, and
Well,
there's aspects we don't know.
We might get more details of what actually
By the way, Michael Bay, I've heard, is crazy, but Megan Fox is equally if not more crazy.
Yeah. Let me get through more of this really quick.
Yeah.
Documents showing plans for Rangers of the New Republic series, as well as other series, movies in which Carano would have had a role. Documents showing compensation Carano would have earned had Disney not unlawfully terminated her promised projects, including but not limited to future seasons of The Mandalorian, Rangers of the New Republic, and Star Wars films that were included character Cara Dune. Social media posts made by Pedro Pascal, Mark Hamill, Mark Hamill, or other similarly situated employees or actors, they do show their favoritism. But, hey, that is their right to do so, as some would say. Documents related to Disney's treatment of similarly situated male employees or actors, documents or communications related to Disney's public statements regarding plaintiffs' termination, documents or communications relating to Disney's social media policies for employees, documents or communications relating to Disney's diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. The good old die. Documents or communications related to Disney's decisions to terminate or dissociate from Carano and the reasons for that decision. So notably, this is where the meat of the trial will produce itself, as regardless of who eventually wins, the fact that Disney's internal uncensored discussions regarding their purported values will be entered into public record for all to read will no doubt end up turning into a PR nightmare for the House of Mouse. But again, that's all depending on what actually does get out there, what they actually are going to release and stuff like that. I don't trust the system that we're in. Carano's attorneys also informed the court that the actress currently intends to take at least 10 depositions, including Disney's employees involved in the decision to terminate her, as she expects that given the nature of the case, more than the allowed 10 depositions will be necessary to gain a complete picture of what occurred in her case. However, to this end, the actress's team did note in their filing that Carano, quote, anticipates that the limit on the number of depositions but not the length of any particular deposition, may need to be modified depending on information obtained during discovery. In closing out their filing, Carano's attorney ultimately proposed April 18th, 2025 as the cutoff date for the discovery process and September 29th as potential start date for her and Disney's in-person court trial, which they estimate will take approximately 1 week and see a total of 15 to 20 witnesses called to the stand, 5 from Disney and between 10 to 15 for Carano. For those looking for a recap of each side's respective arguments, the two sides' arguments were summarized by each side's respective legal teams in a pair of individual case statements, both of which were included by Carano's lawyers in the filing. So from Carano's team, Gina Carano, Rolla Cara Dune during first 2 seasons of the Lucasfilm production of The Mandalorian in 2020, Disney took adverse action against Carano for posts she made on her personal social media account, including her account on X, formerly Twitter, expressing her personal political opinions. Then on February 10, 2021, Lucasfilm put out a statement terminating Carano on her role due to social media posts expressing her personal political opinions. As a result, Carano claims in counts 1 and 2 of her complaint that Disney violated California Labor Code 110102 and 98.6, which prevent employees from threatening or discharging employees because of their political activities or beliefs, which include the employee's political speech. But they could, I mean,
So
what reason they put down on paper is going to be the bigger question, and if like she even had anything going on to begin with. So
do you know that code?
No, I don't know the codes off my head. No. But I mean, like I said, like they could have still created another reason that was not in regards to this, and they could potentially make it look like she's just jumping to conclusions herself. But we'll see what happens out of all this. Because I don't trust things. In her social media post, made her own time and on her own social media accounts. So this is kind of like to your point. Carano expressed her personal political views, opinions, and beliefs in retaliation for Carano's exercise of her rights, of her speech rights, and her political beliefs. I'm all tongue-tied today. Disney terminated Carano and are believed to have taken other actions to prevent Carano from obtaining other work in Hollywood. I'd love to see if there's any receipts on that, because we all have hearsay and everything. Like we have our assumptions on what goes on in Hollywood, but be very curious to see what's actually what receipts are actually going to be brought to the table on that one, because I'm kind of
you can't prove it though.
Doubt. Yeah, that's just it. I'm pressing X to doubt. So, additionally, because male actors were allowed to make political comments on social media without any adverse action, Carano claims in count 3 of her complaint that Disney discriminated against her on the basis of her sex in violation of California's code 12940. I mean, that I'll say is pretty hilarious. I mean, that's just kind of using their own weapons against them.
Right.
Because they would certainly do that if it was on the flip. Meanwhile, from Disney's legion of lawyers, I like that. Beginning in 2018, Disney engaged Carano as a guest actor in Mandalorian, I'm going to put hit TV television program set within the Star Wars universe. Carano's own fame rose with her characters. Carano began engaging with show fans and the public in a manner that, in Disney's view, came to distract from and undermine Disney's own expressive efforts. Carano repeatedly made public declarations on controversial topics, including pandemic-related closure orders, vaccine mandates, and legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election, and the use of pronouns to show support for transgender rights. Carano ultimately shared an online post comparing criticisms of politically conservative viewpoints to the Holocaust, which was the final straw for Disney. In response, Lucasfilm issued a statement condemning her post and clarifying that Carano was not currently employed by Lucasfilm. and there were no plans for her to be in the future. With her litigation funded by Elon Musk, Carano responded by suing Disney under California labor laws prohibiting employers from taking adverse employment actions on the basis of an employee's political activity. Carano alleges that Disney disassociated from her because she expressed political viewpoints Disney found objectionable. Disney contends, inter alia, that under the First Amendment, the state cannot force it to express its own artistic message through actors associated with political viewpoints Disney does not want linked to its own artistic message. Separate and apart from the First Amendment, Disney maintains that Discovery will reflect that its decision is dissociate from Carano was entirely justified. Yes, as of writing, neither Disney nor Honorable Judge Garrett have responded to Carano's filing. Because when this was written July 30th, so there's a few days off from that. But yeah, again, I mean, we kind of talked about a lot of it already. But I mean, their statement is about what I was expecting. They'll try and they're gonna flip it on her.
How confident are you that Kathleen Kennedy is going to be testifying, or will they try to snake her?
See. They'll probably do what they can to keep her off of the stand, but
And why do you think that?
Or they might use her because she might be, a strong force to kind of knock it
No
out.
pun intended.
Oh no, no pun
Strong
intended.
force.
I didn't even think of that. But
Female. Huh.
I mean, I'm no legal expert. I'm not the person that you should be listening to when it comes
Where's
to
freaking Bradley when we need him? He's always hiding.
So yeah.
The problem is, and here's the thing, man, like they could they could say, yeah, we fired her because of her posts and whatnot, or they could be like, no, we fired her because she sucks at acting.
Right.
And
that's probably they'll find that she was not, suitable for the role anymore, that they wanted to go in another direction.
But isn't it interesting though how
more of what I could see them doing than yeah.
How interesting is it, like how soon your so-called friends turn on you? Like you brought up the point where Pedro Pascal. I mean, were they not friends? Maybe they weren't, but nobody came to her defense.
Her own statements, that's what she said. But I mean, like their actions would say otherwise.
Oh, for sure. But it's so interesting. It's like
Carl Weathers, like
yeah,
peace.
And you know why they're not? Because they don't want to lose their jobs.
Right.
They don't want to affect their cheese company.
And were they friends or were they co-workers? Was it
or co-worker friends, or
this is where it's just you interact, you be social, but it's
hey, like we're cordial, we'll talk shop, but at the end of the day, like, hey, like I don't want to get involved in this, like it's
right.
Whether they disagree with what Chrono believed, or they know if they speak up, they're next on the chopping block, like whatever it is, So again, I don't know where it's gonna go. I would be very curious to see, like, as Bradley being the lawyer of Stargate and Star Trek and not really, just see what his thoughts are. But I don't think she's gonna testify. I think they will keep no different than they're gonna try to keep. I don't know. I don't think she'll answer any. I don't think she'll testify. I don't think she'll show up.
Marvel Scran, thanks for Star Wars Scran, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out while you did. He said I'd have to head out. Hopefully, I'll see y'all in the Melvin tournament chat. I'll certainly try and check it out. I just heard about that.
Yeah. Or like with the Secret Service test, like she's not going to answer any questions. She'll just blackball. She'll just sideball everything.
Right.
I don't know. But again, if this is taking place in California, good luck getting it. Good luck if this takes place in California. You might as well just not even show up. You might as well just let it be.
That's just it. I'm just like, it's California, man. Like that's where
is it taking place in California.
Yeah, like
I would
this,
assume.
they're doing it under California law and everything. That's how things got brought up as they did. That's why I don't see this go. I mean, as I understand, it was the judge that was able to move it along to this point, but I almost see this as like, again, they're going to use her as kind of an example of why you don't go after the mouse, why you don't go, why you don't go after Hollywood, sort of thing. I could see that being very much a thing.
Yeah.
Realistically, though, I mean, it's California law. It's so fucked. All the
It's just the law of the land.
I hope there is plenty of stuff that gets brought out to chip away at the mouse, but I mean, I don't see like any real big bombs dropping over it. Not like what other people are potentially, getting all hyped about and everything like that. But again, that's I don't know all the.
I mean, it's your role to play. It's your role to be cynical, though. Like you've got to be the cynical one of the show.
Right. It's in my nature. Yes.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less from you. So I don't think you'll go anywhere. To your point, like they're not going to let. I don't know, unless multiple people come to her defense. But this is also like how many years ago did this take place? And I don't see they're not gonna give the power, and they're not gonna. To your point, they're gonna make her an example.
Right.
Who's gonna go against the mouse though? It's like
Well, I mean, she's at least putting up a fight, but we'll see how much of a fight really gets put out.
Watch, the judge is going to be like the judge in Batman Begins, who's paid off by Falcone to, let Schiff go. So
that's why I said this is like
they have to keep some type of decorum and some type of illusion that it's a courtroom. But at the end of the day, like, no, bro, they'll say,
I can't help but to see so much things as just it's all theater. It's all pretend
for sure.
On a show just to distract us.
This is my theory. All right, and how dare I?
Sometimes.
Here's my theory, my conspiracy theory. Not that I ever want to build a platform based off theories, but no different than how they can fudge numbers to show how popular a show is. They're going to fudge ratings to show how bad of an actor she was in these episodes, and that's why she dropped her, or that's why they dropped her.
Disney got yeah.
They'll come up with some astronomically low numbers, and they'll have some project coordinator or some advisor say it would be financially beneficial if they drop her as an actor because she's based off the ratings. But they're not going to say that the show's bad, just those episodes that she was in were bad.
Right.
Which again, I don't know I forget how many episodes she was in, but
I'm now just kind of taking a peek at the chat. Hello, Tim from United Spacers Alliance.
Let's go, Tim.
Saying, I feel like this entire suit is just to give Gina something to do because she's bored.
Could be.
Now, you want to talk cynical about the situation. There you go. But I mean, at the same time, it's like, what has she been really doing?
I mean, is she done hanging out with drunk 3PO?
Going to the different conventions and everything. I mean,
is this just? I guess is this just for her to become more relevant or to get back in the spotlight? I didn't think about that.
I could see that being a thing too. Yeah.
But I guess the question is why? It's not going to go anywhere. You're not going to be, and even if you beat Disney, you're not going to get your job back. I guess it depends. If
supposedly, if she wins, I believe that's part of it is that she'd potentially get her job back.
Best case scenario, right? Let's say she sues and she wins. Do you think Disney is going to and they say, yeah, you terminate her wrongfully. Do you think that she's going to go just expect to go back and work for Disney and not get fired for something else? Like you think these companies have a no retaliation policy, but that's a joke. Like they're going to retaliate. They'll find another way to retaliate. So I just don't understand if her sole purpose is to sue Disney and clear her name and get a bunch of money from them, then fine. Right. But what is the end game? It's not going to help you with Hollywood, right? Because the damage has been done and they're aligned with Hollywood, or Hollywood's aligned with Disney. So if your purpose is to sue them, Like, I don't understand like what the unless you want to make waves and have start a rebellion and no pun intended J3PO show to go against Hollywood and Disney. I don't know. I'm very curious as to why. Tim brings up a good point. Good on you.
Well, and then
Yeah,
also like he said here, this isn't how it went. They gave her a chance to go through some kind of bullshit training and therapy. I don't agree with it, but they gave her a chance. All corporations are like that. Yeah, that was some of the stuff that was talked about initially, that she was going to supposedly be, according to her, to be put through a Zoom call with the people she, quote unquote, offended. People express it as a quote unquote struggle session. Take that for what you will. Everybody like it is. Everybody loves to put the theatrics on this.
Right.
But yeah, I mean that was every bit of what was explained during the early bits of all this. What she talked about and everything like that. What was put out there. And hey, Dan Blackroyd, Liquid Blake, how's it going? Thing never fired, contract not renewed. So again, like I would love to see what exactly gets put out there for all of
You're a pushy little bastard, ain't you?
What's going on? Oh, thank you
doing?
for the follow.
You're a pushy little bastard.
Ears and mop.
Oh, there you go.
I like that.
I got this is why I gotta change some
You're a pushy
things
little
on,
bastard, ain't you?
Who's the bushy little?
it's one of the little normally because it's part of the alerts for members and stuff like
Oh,
that.
there you go.
That will pop up when I'm doing like the video game streams.
Yeah.
I haven't figured out how to stop it through OBS, since I use OBS for our little portraits and stuff. And this is why I've thought about changing things up. So here I'm back. But yeah, so thank you for the follow on Twitch from Ears and Mop. Much appreciated. So yeah.
So to be clear,
sorry for the distraction.
No. As it just to be clear, you don't think it's gonna go anywhere and there's no point to all this.
I hope. Well,
from a nonsense. Try your best not to be cynical, but like.
No, I'm hoping for a good resolution out of this. I'm hoping for a lot of dirt to come out and everything like that.
I think Starbucks did this years ago. There was some type of it was DEI training. There's something happened years ago. Employee said something, or I remember reading it or hearing it, and they said they shut Starbucks down for like X amount of hours to send these employees to this training. So it's interesting that if this is true and that's what they told her she had to do and she just refused to do it, then I mean, and at that point in time you're insubordinate, and that is a terminable offense.
And again, Dan Blacker, it's like the acting talent alone is reason enough to part ways.
And that's the thing, man. And that's why I'm so curious. That's why I'm thinking that that's how they'll spin it, regardless if you disagree with them or not. Like, in my opinion, man, I'm not trying to dog on her. I don't think she's that good of an actor, honestly. But I've only seen in The Mandalorian. And Mandalorian, there's not a good actor in The Mandalorian. Even Carl Weathers. Carl Weathers is probably the best.
Well, of course. Again, rest in peace.
Yeah.
I've seen her in the first Deadpool movie, which she had little to no lines, and she just kind of.
But the lines she did, they were bad.
They weren't great. She was very forgettable. She was just a side character, basically ish. Again, I need to rewatch that movie, but yeah, like between that and Mandalorian, she never impressed me, and I am also like others, like Tim in that. I didn't like her character. Like, I thought she was just, part of the message of just their cultural subversive bullshit. We reviewed those episodes on here.
For sure.
Talked about that. Like her.
But again, on the flip side, she's not in control of that character. She just has to play the character. So it's like,
right.
But again,
I understand that she's an actor and everything like. That's why I don't hold it directly against her. Again, her own acting talent and performance goes into it, which did not win anybody. I don't.
You could
over.
Listen,
So-
you can have a really bad character, but your acting can be really good. And maybe
Right.
that's maybe that doesn't make any sense, but I mean, her acting.
I see what you're saying.
Her
Like,
delivery's not good. But again, like, but that listen, let me give you an example. Let's say you're a really bad manager at work, right? And you don't. I'm trying to think of an example. It's like you're a really bad manager, but you're going against the grain, but you're late 3 times. Like I guess the point I'm trying to make is finding an easier way to fire you, I guess. And
Yes.
I don't know, maybe
and they found the reasons for it.
bad acting.
Bad acting, bad she could have they could present it as her having a bad attitude, her not
Right.
willing to
Doesn't work well with others because we all know culture is
exactly.
huge in the workplace. She was, wasn't, whatever it is. I
all
mean,
about rubbing elbows and all that crap. Absolutely. And I
but
just want
again,
to take this hang on, just
yeah,
really quick.
no, go ahead. You're good.
Tim put us over saying you guys are better than 95%. I'll take it of big channels. Keep on going, dude. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Thank you.
We're just a bunch of blabbering idiots, man, just trying to talk about. I mean, but that means
that's
a lot.
how I appreciate it. I know plenty of people have enjoyed watching, and I mean, we got up to 9 people. We got so many people commenting right now. It's great. It's awesome. And especially also to like add a nerdy Neo, like he says, Cali law is nearly an oxymoron at this point. He says that'd be hilarious if they did claim her firing was based on low ratings and then somehow show the acolyte numbers and show that loads of BS. But and then more of what he said, like what I wanted to point out here is that this isn't about money or her job back. It's about proving a point and clearing her name. Yeah, she put that out in a big Twitter wall post. I read through bits and pieces of it, and I saw, yes, that was like she wants to clear her name.
But she's not going to.
No, she's not, because it's already in the court of public opinion. She's already seen in a particular way in a certain light.
Right.
It would take, I mean, even though like at what she did was the most basic bitch stuff, in the eyes of these people, of her peers of the Hollywood elite and industry and everything, you would need to do a complete like heel turn just to be able to completely win them back over.
In order to clear her name, she would have to bow the knee to the mouse, and even then, I don't think they would take her back because she's damaged goods. She's not going to clear her name. Now, if it's
she's seen as a disgruntled employee too with this now. So I mean, that's all they have to do is go look. She got fired, and depending on how this goes, they'll just go, well, see, she's just a disgruntled employee. She's lashing out at her former employer,
right?
Yada yada yada. So
yeah, I
would not be surprised if that's also part of it.
if she came out and said, I have no intention to get my job back at Disney or work with Disney. I just want to sue them, and I want to destroy the foundation that they stand on, right? And everything I want to I'm going against them and everything that they stand for. And this is why I'm doing it. It's not about money. It's about like I'm trying to basically clap back and send a message to them. Like, sure, get behind that, right?
Right.
But again, like if she's trying to clear her name, like I'm sorry, like it's not gonna happen. Like, you know what I mean? And so like good on you for like taking a stand. But again, like there's prices that we all have to pay for standing up for our beliefs. And unfortunately, and like I said, I've not been on the recipient end, and I wish nobody did get fired, right? Because I don't want anybody to go homeless. I don't want anybody to not be able to pay their bills and everything. But like, I don't know. It's just you should know, like you should know what Hollywood is, and I don't know, man. If I was an actor and I still had my beliefs, I would not act in Hollywood because they go against my beliefs, and I know
you already would not be in the system,
right? For sure. Well, for sure, right? So I don't know. I feel bad.
Well, too many people get caught up in the glamour, the glitz, and whatnot of the whole Hollywood thing. It's eaten up, it's chewed up and spit people out left and right. Why people keep going for it, Lord only freaking knows. But
why do you think she's doing this? So I guess we could do this and go on to the next article. But like, what?
I mean,
Genuinely,
this
deep
is
down,
just
why do
going
you think?
around. I
Why
don't
do you
know.
think she's doing this? Where's it coming from? Is it like Tim said? Is just another way for her to be relevant? Because she doesn't. What? She doesn't need to be relevant. She's spent all this time with J3PO doing ComicCon. I mean, that's all you see on this page. Is just going to another ComicCon. And Genocron is doing this. Come see her here and do. She doesn't. I mean, again, she doesn't have a lot that people want to see her for. I guess. I mean, she's got like Deadpool and Mandalorian and the stuff that she's done with Daily Wire. I don't know if she's got a lot of accolades, but again, like.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I've only seen her in those two things.
For sure.
So
but why do you think it's straight up to send a message to Disney? Do you think it's a potential to try to get her job back?
I think, like Nerdy Neo pointed out, she does want to clear her name. And that's what she's put out there. That's what she stated.
I don't see it. You can't. There's no way. There's no way you're not doing it. And I'm sorry.
I think it's
but
kind of like a self vindication sort of thing. Like if it
sure.
goes the particular way, then at least for herself, she can potentially feel better about it. But
you doing this sends a message to every other company that like if they cross you or they piss you off, you're going to take them to court, and they're not going to hire you.
No.
And newsflash, it's Hollywood. You've gone against Hollywood. They're not going to hire you. And I think that you should, I mean, if you're convicted with your beliefs and whatnot, like you shouldn't want to do that. There's other companies, filming industries that you can. There's other filming companies that you can go and you can act for, So I just to clear I guess the question I'd pose before we move on is who is she trying to clear her name to? Is it Hollywood? Good luck. It's not going to happen. Roll over, you dog, or whatever the Aussie.
And nobody that already dislikes her is gonna see this in a different light. They're not gonna. I mean, there might be a few people that might be like, "Oh, maybe I was looking at things the wrong way," but the majority of them, their minds are already made up.
Right.
They're not gonna do a face turn and be like, "Oh my god, yeah!" It'll be very few.
The only way you clear your name, is
and it'll be again like you always hear from like some of these other YouTubers and stuff like that when they get their little sources and everything, quote unquote. Like they'll repeat the garbled stuff, but then they'll always bring up too how the people that they're in contact with are like, oh, but we're totally on your side. It's just we can't come out and say anything just right now. Sort of bullshit.
Well, who's gonna be on then?
Well, and those will be like the kind of messages she'll get is like, I can't say anything out in the open, but I totally have your back, sort of thing.
We're gonna support you from afar, and by afar I mean in my bedroom, not on social media.
Whenever I pick up the phone and I happen to see you on Twitter or something, it says since likes are now hidden, I'll give you that like.
Right. You can't see who like. Yeah, I can't like you on Facebook because you can see.
They don't show what people like, or they won't show who's liking what through your feed and everything. At last I understood. So, but it's stupid shit like that, and like I want the system to burn. I want it all to burn, but I mean,
but the system's not going to let it burn. The system's not going to let itself burn.
They're not going to let themselves be set on fire at any chance, at any opportunity.
No.
So the
only way that this works is if multiple people do. Like, this is a really bad example, but it fits, right? This is an extreme. It's like with the Trump thing, right? The only way that this is going to turn is if multiple people start waking up and start taking a stand against it, right? But again, who's going to give up their entertainment? Well, Disney's they've never always stood for that kind of stuff. Watch it. Like, yes, they have. Watch the subliminal messages. Like, they've always stood for this stuff. So, I don't know.
It's going to be a very interesting time. For all we know, this will end up just being a flash in a pan. And yes, it's in the news now, but it'll very quickly vanish again, and nothing will come of it.
No, and I don't think
my most cynical take on this.
I don't mean this disrespectfully, but I don't think Kathleen Kennedy is one in the country or two on the planet. I don't know where she is. She's like Palpatine, man. She's in the shadows. I mean, she is your shadow. Like, she's lurking, and I don't think don't know what she's doing.
Well, and also now, like Dan Blackred pointed out, and we kind of talked about this too, the biggest thing they will need to prove is that Disney Lucasfilm had something to do with her agents letting her go and other studios not hiring her. That's tough without direct paper trail. Yeah, that they kind of mentioned that in the article too, and we were going back and forth on that.
But this should show you how insidious.
I would love receipts. I would love the receipts, but I don't think we're gonna get them.
No. But this is how insidious and nefarious they are, because they knew that she wasn't going to do it. They like Disney, like in my mind, Disney knew that her agents were going to let her go, and she wasn't going to be able to formulate a paper trail. Maybe not. Maybe that's wrong.
I don't know.
Doesn't really. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But it's hard. The point I'm trying to make is to the Black Rider. You can't prove it. It's almost improvable. Improvable, that's the word. It's almost impossible to prove. So good luck trying to prove it. You're not going to.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but like, it'd be very hard to prove. Very hard. So how do you do it? How do you prove something that is so darn near impossible to prove?
That'll be the big question.
Now, you know what it turns out to be now is just subjective. It's their word against hers, and who has the bigger stick.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll
that
see.
Isn't even the most depressing article. That's not even the most depressing thing that was going on within the ComicCon. And it only took us an hour to digest. I mean, there's still the thing you want to go over. There's the thing I want to go over, because I still don't understand how this is going to work.
All right, let me go back and we'll hit some of the comments in the chat besides the ones we already did. Brandon Tran had said, don't know if you follow movie rumor news, but did you know that there's a Skibidi Toilette by Michael Bay in the works? I don't know what that is.
A what?
I don't know.
Skibidi what?
I don't know. Brandon Trent says Skibidi Toilet. I want us for some reason to say, give it like a French slang, like toilet. Is a popular Gen Alpha meme that was started by a YouTube channel. They got censored. F boom in 2022. Oh, okay. And Tim of United Space Alliance also has not seen Logan, so. And he also had said earlier, 8 watching, hit the like button and share the stream on all platforms. Please do, everyone. Please do. It would be greatly appreciated. Star Wars Marvel Scram before he left had said Fractured Filter is the man. Everyone liked the stream. Too kind, sir. Too kind.
I mean, you are the man with the plan, and I don't know if your cousin's name's Stan or if you have a relative named Dan, but
yeah, I got a lot of the Spacers community up in here. Good to see you all here. Brandon Tran said, have you seen big news that one iconic Marvel hero has lived long enough to become the villain? That's gonna be one of the things we're gonna talk about for sure. Nerdy Neo said, I definitely see the correlation, Brandon. Just don't think Logan was as good as everyone said it was. Oh, they're talking about Logan stuff. Let's see. They are all having their own. Everybody got started on Logan talk.
I'm not going to go back and watch Logan because I don't remember. Was it with the crazy kid, or there's some type of kid in it that he was trying to protect?
Yeah, there's a little girl, X-23, or
yeah, it was supposed to be like everybody, like all the mutants in one or something. Is that the thing?
You remember my annoyance with the Bad Batch?
Yeah.
And what's her face?
Oh, Boba Fett's sister. brother clone.
Omega, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what X-23 is. She's supposed to be
like Ray. She's all.
she's supposed to be a clone of Logan.
That's impossible. Is it not? That's impossible.
No,
You can't.
it's stupid.
You can't have.
It's
Is that a thing? Are you just saying that? Are you just trying?
No, I'm being serious. I'm being fucking serious. That's why I'm saying it, because it's so goddamn ridiculous. And why?
Hold on. She's a clone of Logan, but Logan's a male, and she's a.
Okay, so
she literally.
Yes, in the comic books, that's like part of her origin story. Like she's a part like clone of Logan. Hence the bone claws and everything. But I don't know.
Is Logan a girl?
No, Logan is a male. Although at this point they're basically turning him into a bitch.
Well, they turned Penguin into one, so I mean a really ugly one.
Yeah, it's not good.
So you're like, okay, I just you're not taking the piss.
No, I'm not taking a piss. I'm being very literal with you.
In the comic book, she was a clone of him.
Yes.
Was she a boy in the comic books?
Nope, girl.
Make that make sense, Batman.
I can't. Because now they've also tried to. That's why they've also now used her as a way to use her to replace Logan with her. So
I'm not saying that you would ever like want to take retaliation upon me for the Godzilla King of the Monsters being the best movie ever type stuff. But this is literally taking me back to where like calculus going in front of my head, trying to figure out how Omega was Boba Fett's clone.
I know, right?
Jango's clone. I'm sorry. Jango's clone, not Boba.
Yeah, not Boba. Jenga. No, I know.
Maybe that's how it was. She's a clone of Jenga, not Django. Django is the female version of Django.
There we go.
This is my, and this was in the comic books, like canon comic books. Like when did this?
Yep. Earth 616.
Well, that whole thing. I mean, my goodness. I mean,
that was already what they had dubbed the Marvel comic book universe was 616.
I feel like you're taking a piss, and you're telling me you're not taking a piss, but you're taking the piss with me because I don't. That doesn't make any sense. That makes about as much sense as Omega being Jango's clone. She's female, he's male. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't math. Help me make.
Welcome to the world of them always trying to culturally subvert shit. It's always been there. That's been my point.
Logan wasn't very good, man.
Star Wars Scran said, I'm partially named after Mark Hamill. It's a shame. Well, you know.
Are you voting for
Bodhi
one? What did he say? Biden, Body Joe Kenobo. What did he say?
I don't care. Scran says, my brothers loved Luke Skywalker. Well, the character, you know, you can still hold a good character in good esteem. It's just not
Jake Skywalker.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You got it.
Can we talk about how I was today years old when I found out?
Greg loves Disney's New Republic. Brandon Tran said Blade is underrated superhero from 2000s Fox Marvel era movie aside two Fantastic Four, classic X-Men trilogy, Daredevil, and Elektra. I need to rewatch Blade.
Oh, Elektra was bad. Daredevil was terrible.
Last time I remember, Elektra was horrible. Daredevil was dumb. The first two Fantastic Four movies, dumb, but they weren't bad. Like, those are basically going to be probably the best representations of the Fantastic Four at this point. Race swap aside for Sue Storm.
Are they race? Oh, they're not race swapping.
Well, technically, yes, Reed Richards, because Pedro Pascal is playing Reed Richards.
As what? Non-binary rubber band?
He'll probably come out as non-binary in the movie, yeah.
So they're following the Skeleton Crew format.
Who knows? I don't know. They only just recently announced that they just got the cast together for it. I don't even know what's really taking part for the movie. at this point, who the hell fucking cares? I mean, people only showed up for the Deadpool movie just because that was, again, just kind of the last hurrah for the Fox cinematic verse.
This is
Now
a really
we're
dumb
done.
question. Who owns the rights to Fantastic Four, Fox or Marvel?
Marvel has the rights back because Disney bought Fox. So they're by that they got
Oh.
all the rights back. Or all the
That's how they
distribution.
bypassed it. They didn't want to go to litigation, so they just bought the damn company.
Well, that was like everybody was like, "All right, now we're gonna get We're gonna get the Fantastic Four. We're gonna get the X-Men in canonical MCU." And that was kind of like a little bit after Endgame or around Endgame, I think that acquisition went through.
I totally missed that.
But yeah, because a lot of people have been worried about the Aliens and Predator series and stuff like that. But yeah, and that was also like when people thought Disney got the rights back with Spider-Man. That wasn't the case. They just made an agreement to work with each other, basically. But with the whole Fox merger, yeah, they reacquired the X-Men, mutants, and Fantastic Four. And all of that. That's why I think they were also able to bring back like Wesley Snipes as Blade, and
They did a Fantastic Four recently that was really bad.
that too. I forgot when they did that one. They race swapped Johnny Storm.
Yeah, I tell you, the only reason why I like Fantastic Four was because the dude that played Doctor Doom, he's the actor who played a Nip Tuck, thought he did a really good.
Yeah.
I forget. I don't know. I forget his name, but
he wasn't bad. But my whole point with the Doctor Doom thing, we'll probably be getting to that in just a moment. But my whole thing is, I feel like for Doctor Doom, what they should do is basically the Darth Vader, and have somebody in a suit for Doctor Doom, and then give him a voice actor, kind of like how
not do an origin story like that they did with like the original Doctor Doom. Oh, the original Fantastic Four were.
Or just
how you do that though.
He can already be pre-established, or they could do the origin story. But like, I think have him in a suit and bring back. I want them to have Simon Templeman, who originally voiced him in the 90s Fantastic Four cartoon, because I think that would be freaking awesome. That might actually get me to watch their shit. But yeah, like here's just like a little bit of some of his scenes from that cartoon. Like, this is what I like. Give him the voice acting thing. Have a suit actor playing out Doctor Doom. Like,
let mankind beware, for Dr. Doom has attained powers without limit, and this time there will be no failure.
That's his voice right now.
No defeat. I can breathe life into stone, or raise the very ocean.
The big bad Dr. Doom kidnapping me just to lure us here to your wretched little island.
Yes, I'm so sorry to involve you in the time-worn damsel in distress cliché, Mrs. Richards. I fear the only thing missing is the onrushing train. However, sometimes expediency outweighs originality. Now, with your permission.
Hulk smash!
But yeah, I think Simon Templeman's a great voice actor.
Will he do it? But they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna.
No, they're not gonna do it. It was just a hope beyond hope.
No, I get it, but they're not gonna do it.
If I was gonna have anything, I would definitely want that.
And they're not gonna not keep Robert Downey Jr. in a mask. They're not gonna have him just stay in a mask the whole. No,
time. He's gonna take the
There's
mask
no way.
off and shit like that for sure. Yeah, but yeah, no.
Who do? I mean, they would. If that was the case, why even announce that he's gonna be? Yeah. No. Unless they chose him to be an actor and altered his voice, or did voice some type of voice changing thing, like they did with like Josh Brolin and Thanos. So I guess they didn't really change his voice; it was just kind of sounded slightly altered. But I don't know. I'm not gonna do it.
But that's
Why would they not do it? Because that's reminiscent of bygone era. That was fantastic cartoon. Fantastic,
yeah.
I don't know what
yeah.
you call it, Marvel lore. They're not gonna do it.
No, I know they weren't going to do it. I just, was trying to put the good vibes out there of, hey, if you want to get my ass in
Well,
the seat,
Stop
bring it. Put Simon Templeman in the voice role of Dr. Doom again.
You
I
should
would
know
be
that
there.
they're. How dare you? Remain cynical.
Hey, it might have been the good thing. I might have jinxed it by doing so, thereby not.
Kevin Feige probably doesn't even know who Simon Templeton is.
Oh, he probably doesn't.
Nor does Jon Favreau. Nor does Michael Bay probably know anything about Beast Wars.
I know, and that's all that matters.
They got to bring back Ron Perlman instead of freaking, any. I don't know. I agree with you that would be probably the right move to do, but they won't. Why? Because.
Exactly. Star Wars Grants. Oh, that's when he had to head out. We got Duke Devil in there. He said, I just got back from picking up dinner.
Oh, yes.
He said, the question is how much discovery Disney wants to let happen. That is going to be the other big part of it. Yeah.
Don't know. Now that Duke Bradley's here, now we can ask him all the questions.
Fear of Fema said she is constantly doing conventions, but I think genuinely mad and just wants to hit them back. And that's, there's a lot. We're all just kind of jumping to conclusions here.
For
we're all
sure.
kind of putting our own narratives out
just
there.
Depends. Is she
I've
gonna
never had a conversation with her directly, nor probably will I ever. So all I can
you
do
could reach out to J3PO. You could DM him.
I
don't know.
And then he said, you sue for compensation. You don't get the job back. But there's something goofy with part of all this that was in there.
But if you sue for wrongful termination, is the intent not to get your job back? Or is it just compensation? See, I don't know. And that's
I don't know.
Bradley, where are you?
How's it going, sir? Saying force choke that like button. Please do. Fear Fema had said they wanted her to go through a 40-person Zoom call to address her quote unquote transphobia. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Calling sick that day.
Yeah, right. Duke Devil said, WTF, Hitman, the best actor on Mandalorian.
No.
So emotive, such amazing monologues. Even Nerdy Neo agrees. Grogu is clearly the best actor.
After I was pumping Bradley up, this is something he would do. No different than he did that Yoda Home Depot thing. He's nefarious. Don't think I ever forgot that either.
Fear Fema said, you guys say she was bad, but her character was popular enough for Disney to start developing her a show of her own. Well, that's just our opinion of how we saw her character and everything. Yeah, she not to everybody else.
Had nothing to do with her being a female and giving.
We're just two schmucks talking a bunch of shit on the internet. Our opinions of her don't weigh to the greater dealings of what Disney had in mind for what they wanted to do with her character. But I personally was not a big fan of her character. So yeah.
MM made the mess out of him.
Yep. Duke Devil said if it wasn't for the blatant and rampant anti-puppet prejudice in Hollywood, Grogu would have multiple Emmys. Duke Devil says keep it up. Fear Pima said Hollywood is dead. She isn't trying to get them to love her. This is for her public. She had fans before she was an actress, right? From her, her MMA days and everything. I mean, cool. But who is this all for other than herself? Yeah, we've tried to address that as best as possible.
Again, it could be speculation, but
we're all speculating, basically. Yeah, we've had some of her tweets and stuff like that we've read and everything, but it only goes so far. And hello, Captain Keeley, saying good day, chat. Everybody's talking to each other. Cool beans. I love it. So great. Dan Blackroyd said, Lucasfilm developing a show for her doesn't mean that much. They had dozens of projects they quote unquote planned that never eventuated. Regardless of the people involved, they can just point to that as common. That has been the thing with Lucasfilm. They've announced so many different projects, and it wasn't one of them Rogue Leader or whatever. It's supposed to be an X-wing series that never got off the ground, and that didn't have any actors that were getting canceled or whatever. So, yeah. Star Wars Marvel Purist saying Dan and Dave's trilogy, Ruin Johnson's trilogy, etc., etc. Right. Like, there's been so many promised projects out there. I think we've already gotten this year's announcement or rehash of Ruin Johnson's trilogy. So sometime next year, I'm sure they'll resurface the rumor or have another article of, oh yeah, we're trying to get a good understanding of what we want to do. All the same shit that's basically been repeated time after time with all this stuff. So we'll see what'll be next for the narrative, because I'll look forward to it. It'll be probably hilarious. Fear Fema said Gina is a fighter. She is fighting Disney with the help of Elon. Not getting behind it is like saying you want Disney and Hollywood to stay status quo. No, I mean, I certainly don't want it to stay status quo. I just don't foresee it going away anytime soon. Like it is. Yeah, that's just me being a cynical snot about the whole thing. Like, I just have no hope for the industry. That's why I just generally hope for it just to collapse and burn. But even that's being hopeful. I guess that's my one silver lining to it all. But yeah, I said it earlier. I'm hoping for the best of it. I would like nothing more than for her to get a big W out of this, a big chip off of the mouse, a bunch of stuff drops. It'd be great. I would love it. I'm hoping for the best, but I'm expecting the worst, which is just kind of my usual shtick. And he said they can subpoena emails and text messages when it goes to Discovery. And depending on how much still exists, still around, and stuff like that, I can imagine a lot of stuff are suddenly vanishing out onto a boat somewhere. Oh no, we lost it at sea. Captain Keeley saying, "Oh God, not that shit." I'm taking it the whole the trial stuff for Carano. Fear Fema said the X-Men Wolverine clone, yeah. A female clone of a male would have the X chromosomes duplicated, making her really just half of the original male. It's goofy nonsense. You can't call them a clone. They're just like a scientific abomination at that point. Act against God. Star Wars Marvel Pure saying X-23 was another product of all new, all different Marvel. One of the major things that tanked Marvel Comics. Oof. I don't know everything Marvel. I've said as such before. I've just kept my eye occasionally on other things. Mainly, I just kind of keep my eye on Spider-Man and the poor abuse that bastard takes issue after issue. Except for the new Ultimate run, hasn't been bad. Last I checked in, but otherwise, and I'm not picking up books. I'm just reading them online from a source. But otherwise, like, I've heard of these different new, like, kind of relaunches of books and characters and stuff like that. It's just so goofy. The character Emery and Sadbat Emery and Sadbat is a female clone that has dark skin too. Go figure, right? Captain Keeley had it. It was Joby Wan Kenobi. For when Hitman gets back. Star Wars My Review says, I think that's her name. I just called her ESG fake clone in my reviews. I always over extended the Omega. That's like how they said it a few times. It was Omega. But I just couldn't help but go along with it. Julian McMahon says 10 Black Red. Brandon Trent says, speaking of Marvel projects, wasn't there supposed to be a Blade reboot with Mahershala Ali, but it's been delayed to 2025? Like, that thing is nothing but constant development hell. And they poked fun at that too in the Deadpool and Wolverine movie with when Wesley Snipes came on as Blade, came back as Blade. And he's like, there's only ever gonna be one Blade. And Blacker said his dad was the Prime Minister of Australia for a while, so he had background as a political leader. Interesting. Brandon Tran said, have either guys Marvel game Ultimate Alliance? Some have said it is the best version of Doom, like the comics. I don't think I played Ultimate Alliance 1, but I did play Ultimate Alliance 2. I had a lot of fun with that game. My brother and I played it together. It was a blast. It was pretty fun. I'll have to, I think some of those games are even on crap. I have a site that is for kind of abandonware games. I think those might have gone to be considered abandonware. I'll have to look them up and see, because I would like to play those again. Those were pretty fun. Yeah, I kind of filled it in. He said they made a typo. Nerdy Neo says Filter just tagged you on Discord with a meme you should show. Oh boy. Checking now. Da, 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 da. Oh, I found it. All right, here we go. Here we go. Thank you. We got our first meme. Hitman trying to understand Omega being a Django clone.
Yes.
Accurate. Very accurate. Brandon Trent said a lot of fan casting of Dr. Doom I've seen on Reddit said either Cillian Murphy or Lars Mikkelsen would work.
No.
Since Doom is very intelligent. Dan Blackred even saying no.
Gary Oldman.
The thing, if none of the other original cast is back, there's no point. It's just the same Robert Downey Jr. It's just confusing to mix and match, and most people wouldn't even remember. Right. There's just no point to it. Like and then I'm of the opinion too, like, especially once they got some of these properties, access to these properties, after Endgame, they should have just done a giant reboot, reconstructed things a bit, maybe figured out, okay, going forward, we will recast people when they, quote unquote, age out or are done with the role. Kind of James Bond like, instead of just killing off the characters. Like, there should have been like a whole restructuring so they could have then really milked the crap out of it. But then it would have still run into the same, ESG tier bullshit. So wouldn't have changed much, but it would have been a better option. Captain Keeley says development hell is an understatement. Yeah. Hello, Scourge. How's it going? Saying Blade reboot is slated for release alongside Winds of Winter. You're right. Yeah, exactly. He's nerdy, so Scourge. Hello, Scourge. So never? Exactly. Captain Keely's getting a kick out of it. So Captain Keely says, I don't remember a female clone on Camino. There was no female clone on Camino. It never happened. It was all a bad dream. That's how I'm looking at it, at least. I'm trying to find it because I haven't seen too many articles, at least that's I could find. At least for the sources that I will usually go to. But yeah. Let's see here. It's like just the question then is like, okay, so what route are they really taking with all this? Ah, damn. I guess I'm actually surprised that there weren't really too many. Especially the fact that it's all coming out of ComicCon and stuff. Oh, Jesus Christ. That doesn't need to be talked about. Let's see. Sorry, everyone. This one was kind of a random topic that we're decided to jump into. I'm trying to find something good just to go off of. Let's see here. Captain Keely said, yay, my corpse on Ryloth can rest now knowing that Omega never existed. There you go. There you go. Brandon Trent said, at this point, Jonathan Majors controversy. MCU's bringing back Robert Downey Jr. for fan service because Kang didn't work as new villain in Ant-Man 3 Quantum Mania. Yeah, that whole character just did not seem to get off the ground whatsoever for what they were trying to accomplish, even controversies for him. Like, it was not sticking the landing for what people were, for what Disney was going for. When was this crap even announced? Yeesh. All right. Probably be easier if I just kind of did a quick. Oh, God. Okay, I guess this will do. So yeah, puzzling match made in Marvel Cinematic Universe. Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. Oh, fuck off. San Diego Comic-Con over the weekend. Marvel Studios announced Robert Downey Jr. would be returning to the Oh, that's right. Because what's funny was, like, I think we ended our show and I think they were bringing this crap up.
I saw it earlier in the week.
Again, like Star Wars Marvel Purist last week was when we were on the stream was like, oh, the big thing is gonna be in that one room for the event. Announced that Robert Downey Jr. will be returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe in 2 upcoming films, Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars, both of which will be directed by the Russo brothers. The twist, Robert Downey Jr. won't be playing the very, very dead MCU linchpin Tony Stark / Iron Man. Instead, he will say the role of iconic Marvel Comics villain Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom. There's every reason to suspect, given the current state of the MCU, read a frothing, bubbling stew of universes, timelines, variants, and doppelgangers whirling together over medium height. And that's why I freaking hate multiverse nonsense. I don't like it.
Is this how they're spitting it?
Probably. That there's some logical narrative reason for the studio to turn to the guy who played. I mean, this is bringing back Robert Downey Jr. is just basically desperation.
Yeah.
This is them trying to get some of the fans back in some form or another. So that there's some logical narrative reason, excuse me, for the studio to turn to the guy who played Iron Man to play Doctor Doom. And that said reason goes somewhat deeper than, hey, look it, they both got metal masks. Fans, it will not surprise you to look to the internet to register their opinions on the announcement. Some were hopeful. Many complained that it represented a creative step backward, little more than Marvel's IP generating machinery going into multi-platform defense crouch. You and I, reader, can let others have their outsized reactions to what is, at this stage, a simple casting announcement. We, on the other hand, will approach this news more systematically. That's true. It is just an announcement, and I'm sure it's coinciding with their announcement of this Fantastic Four, which is how they're probably bringing them into their Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's all gonna be their multiverse characters. They're leaving their universe for some particular reason to go to the main one. A stark contrast. If you're old enough to remember when they announced that Robert Downey Jr. had been cast as Tony Stark, and you were nerdy enough back then to know who Tony Stark was. Hell, I wasn't even that nerdy enough to know. Just I knew the cartoon. That's all I knew. You will recall experiencing one and only reaction. Well, of course. The affinity between Downey and Stark's swagger, sarcasm, and a public history of substance abuse made the pairing feel obvious, perfect, even somewhat inevitable. A smarmy peg finding its smirking hole. Interesting. Everything that came after, the rapid patter asides, toss off reference, charming insufferableness, and cheesy goatee helped establish and grow the MCU. Get to the weekend's announcement, I'd argue the collective reaction we're experiencing at this particular cultural moment is less a well, of course, and more of a wait, what now? There's a reason for that, and it's to do with the character of Dr. Doom himself. Robert Downey Jr. slips into the persona of Tony Stark like a hand slips into a supple suede driving glove. Interesting lingo here. Conversely, Robert Downey Jr. slips into the persona of Victor Von Doom like a box of wax crayon slips into. Okay. They are being paid for the word. We know that what happened next will be dramatic and colorful, yes, but it's not the best use of these crayons. Don't get me wrong, Downey as an actor is more than Stark. He's played. Yeah. I mean, this is just faff, but let me try and actually find like the maybe the ComicCon announcement out on the stage. That'd probably be a better route to go. Let's see. Dark Doom. know if. All right. I mean, it wasn't much as far as I could tell.
As proof of the unimaginable possibilities in the Marvel multi-universe, we give you the one person who could play Victor Von Doom.
I don't know what's worse, the announcement or the fact that people are actually cheering for this.
Tony Stark right there. That's not Victor Von Doom.
New mask. Same task. What did I tell you? I like playing complicated characters.
And the big dump truck full of money really helped.
So I just don't understand how they going to spin this. Is it the 616? Like, how do you go from Iron Man to like? Is he just like? That was my biggest question. I was like, well, not the biggest question. One, why are they bringing them back? That's first and foremost, right? Because he'd spent a little under 20 years with Iron Man and the Avengers and everything.
Yeah,
Maybe 2008. No, 2004. When did Iron Man come out?
Hang on. Let me.
Because technically, Hulk was the first movie, right? With Ed Norton, or was
I think that where he appeared as in the end credits as Iron Man. Let's see.
Why is he considered the
Iron Man
patriarch?
was 2008? Yes.
Okay. Why is he considered the patriarch if like freaking Hulk was? That is neither here nor there. But like, one, why are they bringing them back? To your point, right? You said it must be really desperate if they're bringing them back. And two, how is he going to play Victor Von Doom if he's the face of Iron Man? Like, what universe is it? Like, is Doctor Strange? Did he come in and alter the freaking? Did No Way Home alter everything? That I don't know. How do you rectify it?
I mean, all I can think is it's probably going to be a combination of things, and we already kind of said like they're going to come from a different universe. Most likely, and that's part of the Secret Wars can be part of that.
Like, are you talking about like the whole Marvel what if thing that was going on? There's that the show, I think, or
maybe they might tie that in together
like
with
if
it.
he never be in this universe, he never became freaking Iron Man. He's
I don't know, because I mean, they are only calling him Doctor Doom. They didn't say Victor Von Doom. This Doctor Doom.
Well, it's the same mask.
I know that. Remember, they're just adapting the character to a different medium, Hitman.
So hold on, he's still going to be Tony Stark, but instead of being
it could potentially be that he's evil. This new Tony Stark will be evil, being Doctor Doom.
No. No, that doesn't work.
Hang on. What are you talking about? Like I said, is adapting the character from one medium to a different medium so they can take liberties. And so long as the story is good, who cares? You're having enough of me, aren't you?
Yeah, because you can't, like, that doesn't make, like, just Tony Stark goes bad, like his dad died and he's just taken.
Yeah, alternate universe him. It's an alternate universe, therefore he can be different. Have a different backstory, have a different this, that, how these things go.
So where's Victor Von Doom then?
He never potentially existed. Let's see here. I'm kind of curious. As I'm making your brain melt, I'm trying to see if there is a Tony Stark That was Doom in the comic books. Only Marvel Purist is still here. If he is, you're still here, Marvel Purist. Tell me, was there ever a Stark variant that became or that became Doctor Doom? Because they do all sorts of goofy shit. I mean, that's the whole fun of what ifs, right? They can do anything with those what ifs. Oh dear Lord. Like have female versions of Iron Man in alternate universes. Then I guess it becomes Iron Woman, but whatever.
I heard a joke. I'll butcher, but it's like, what's the difference between Iron Man and Iron Woman?
You tell me. Oh, there was.
Here. What? You found someone?
Tony Stark, Earth 11029, Doctor Doom.
This is photoshopped.
During college, Victor Von Doom tricks Tony Stark into an experiment where his mind is transferred to Tony's body while Tony's mind is transferred to Doom's body with his memory erased.
I don't want to talk to you.
It's all here, man. It was in the comics. It's okay now.
That looks doctored.
How dare you say that it's doctored when it's on a fan wiki? How dare you, sir?
The same people that doctored up Wikipedia and Kaya D. Mundi's birthday being changed.
So it's okay now. Totally happened, bro. It happened in the comics. It's okay for them to do this now. So we can't cry about it.
No.
No.
Yeah, literally. Oh my goodness. You would find it too.
I did.
No, the joke was, what's the difference between Iron Man and Iron Woman?
I never gave me an answer.
One's a superhero and the other's a command.
Oh!
Boop.
Boing.
Bing. Paradi-shoom.
But yeah, Dr. Doom totally took over. Became Tony Stark. Yeah, I was scrolling this list.
He just used the essence of transfer on Tony Stark. Is that what he did? He just used the essence of transfer.
That's like I said, this is the problem with multiverse nonsense, is that you open up this fucking realm of these different variants and everything. Look at even an Iron Thor. I mean, it's ridiculous. This is why you need a consistent universe. That's why Star Wars did it right. They just had one consistent universe. They didn't mess around with multiverses. We didn't get into this nonsense. We didn't have different alternative versions.
I'm gonna pull the line that the liberals pulled back in 2020 or 2016. Not my canon.
Well, it wasn't legitimate canon. It was another alternate canon thing. It was probably like a what if story. Here, let's see.
It's basically like not even Elseworld, because Elseworld was
what if Tony Stark had become Doctor Doom? That was the story.
Not even Elseworld, because Elseworld's still considered canon. This is just they went on a totally left field.
This was from December 2010, apparently. What if Iron Man, demon in an armor?
Makes no sense. So how did he take over his body?
I don't know. It just says that he in an experiment where his mind is transferred to Tony's body, while Tony's mind is transferred to is a science experiment, like everything.
Interesting.
Like I said, it's all desperation. That's all it's going for. Key jangling and everything of the sort. I have no strong vested interest. So, but it'll be funny to watch from afar. Just to see what kind of schlock and slop
I
they
just don't understand why bring in. There's so many other people you could bring in. Like why? Like is it to your point? Do you think it's just that Marvel dying and they have to bring back the Forerunner himself?
Like, yeah, it's key jangling to get in some of the old audience that they've lost at this point.
So it's necromancing. It's no different than what we like. We bring him back.
You talked about, yeah. What you're talking about.
Bring him back because that's all we can do. No different than we have to bring Stone Cold Steve Austin back, or the Undertaker, or The Rock. We got to bring back old people to revitalize the company because we can't choose anybody else. Or I don't know, man. I mean, and this was like a big deal. Like nobody was expecting this. I wasn't expecting this. I thought he was done out. He died. He dies.
Yeah, they killed his freaking character.
He's dead. How did he come back?
He's dead, Jim.
Yeah. How did he come back? Riddle me that, Batman. Lazarus Pit. They did a deal with DC.
Something like that, yeah.
Did Marvel have the equivalent to the Lazarus Pit? But even the Lazarus Pit, like...
No.
I have to go back and research. I don't think the Lazarus Pit ever... Once you were dead, I don't think it brought you back. I think it just extended your life.
Well, did it bring back Jason Todd? And he was dead. They're being killed by the Joker.
Yeah, see, this is a problem with...
This is a problem with Western comic books in fucking general. They can't let go of other characters. They can't actually properly kill anyone. So they had to come up with convoluted excuses on why they survived certain shit instead of having some freaking testicles and killing them off. Or just have their own freaking Dragon Balls and just have the wish from the fucking dragon. Toriyama at least had that right.
So Talia put him in the Lazarus Pit to essentially jumpstart his brain to make him remember who he was and what happened to him.
Wait, say that again? What was
I
that?
said Talia put him in the Lazarus Pit to essentially jumpstart his brain to make him remember who he was and what happened to him.
Huh.
But that was like to get his sanity back after using. That's an Apocalypse 4. I'd have to do research. I don't know. I always thought that it was to extend your life and like essentially not necessarily immortality because I think eventually you die, but I don't think it brings you back once you've like dead. Like you're dead for long periods of time dead. I don't know. Nothing's sacred anymore.
No. And that was some of the points from last week. Nothing is fucking sacred anymore. They just have to keep resurrecting things, resurrecting people, characters, whatever it may be. They cannot just let things just die.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was in DC Rebirth. It was retconned that the League had resurrected Jason using the pit itself.
So they resurrected him.
Yeah, because there's a point in time where DC like there was like a split. There was Rebirth, and then there's like 3 different eras, I guess, if you will. But yeah, I never read Rebirth. I wasn't a fan of Rebirth. Rebirth did a lot of controversial stuff within DC. So
here's something. Brandon Tran said RDJ as Dr. Doom might be similar to DC's equivalent to Batman Becomes Joker variant or Batman Who Laughs. You have comment to that? Because I don't. I haven't. Oh God, I think you broke him.
Well, I can't. Okay, so Batman. If I'm trying to remember, Batman Who Laughs came out of. Was it death metal? I mean, no. I mean, there is the Batman Who Laughs. There was a run of that, but I can't remember if that was out of death metal or if he came into. Yeah, essentially Batman. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to revisit. That's a good. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to revisit because. Fudge. I don't know. What was the comment again? I'm trying to think.
So he said RDJ as Doctor Doom might be similar to DC's equivalent to Batman Becomes Joker variant or Batman Who Laughs.
To be determined. I have to go back and
Brendan
go
Trent,
through
bring that question back up next week. We'll
yes,
try and
right. Yeah, right. That's a good one. I need to revisit the Batman Who Laughs comics because I did touch on them, but I'm not super knowledgeable. Write down, bring it up. I'll keep it. I'll.
Yeah, I'll
keep it on the back of my
even.
head.
I'll copy it and I'll put it as a show note to have for later. Something to ask Hitman next week.
Who else would they have brought? Who else would they have brought back? Or not? I'm sorry, not brought back. Who else would they have? I mean, I don't know. But are they? What other stuff are they doing? Because there was, I didn't see everything, but someone said they're doing a Galactica.
What?
Is there a character in Marvel called Galactica?
Galactus?
Galactus. Yes. See, not a Marvel guy. Someone said that they're doing that. They're doing a Galactus movie.
I don't know. I didn't see all the announcements for all this stuff.
I don't know. I just work here.
No, and of course, Duke Devil, Marvel is saved. We'll end that article on that one. Let me get back through the chat really quick here. Dan Blackroyd answers further. Julian McMahon was good as Doom in the 2000s movies. Okay, but it moved beyond that. Mads Mikkelsen would be better than Lars, but most of the people, everyone is a fan casting is too old. Again, that's why I say go the voice actor out. Do the Darth Vader thing. Get a good voice role. Captain Keeley said, if you want to create a villain, don't have them lose in their first appearance. That'd be a strong one. Yeah. Or don't kill them off.
So car.
Keep them alive. I don't know. Kind of have it, unlike except not a midway point, but like in the first Spider-Man, I'll get you later, Spider-Man. Captain Keeley said, "Oh, why do they cheer for the slop?" That's my question too. Why the slop? Why must they get so excited for the slop?
And if you bring Robert Downey Jr. back, why not bring him back for a role that's, I don't know. I feel like, is Doctor Doom an A-list character?
I don't know what his tier is for.
I mean, he's villain. I mean, he's predominantly in
he's
Fantastic Four. Is he not? Or is he X-Men?
He's Fantastic Four's main villain.
Right.
If I remember correct.
No, that's a little disrespectful to RDJ. Maybe not.
Brandon Tran said Jonathan Majors responded to RDJ's return as Dr. Doom, and he was pissed being replaced. Bro, you shot yourself in the foot by doing all your screwball shit. I mean, Marvel had, I guess, the balls to kick you out. I mean, fuck. You should have gone to DC. That would have let you run wild. Look at what they've let Ezra Miller get away with, for God's sakes.
Everything under the sun.
Yeah, so Dan Blackroyd confirmed Iron Man came out first before the Hulk. I got my timelines mixed up as well. I thought for some reason it was kind of reversed. Like that
Dude, they fired Gina Carano for having a personal opinion, but reward Ezra Miller for having a domestic dispute. And
different companies.
I'm aware. I'm just saying. They fired a woman and kept a man.
Well, hell, from not how do you know? Neil Druckmann chased out Amy Hennig. She's a very well-known figure in the gaming industry. Hello. Oh, here we go. Hello, Spartacus. How's it going? He's saying evening, sir. It's been a while. And he says, I'd say the same logic to having Johnny Storm and Steve Rogers being played by Chris Evans. Right. Oh, right. Yeah. But I mean, that was a little weird.
About that. He was.
Well, and they played that up in the Deadpool and Wolverine movie too, because when he shows up for the first time, he's got, you can kind of see a blue suit, but he's got like a red and white like armband thing, so you almost think he's Captain America.
So how did they play that?
But then before, instead of saying like Avengers Assemble, he says Flame On, and totally takes the wind out of Deadpool's sail.
Did they ever rectify that? How he played
Johnny Storm?
Yeah.
I mean, they killed him in the Deadpool movie, but
no, but I meant from Johnny Storm to
well, is the Fox cinematic universe versus Disney's Marvel universe, so it didn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Well, it doesn't. It is, but because I mean, the difference here though is that it's in the same universe, basically. As far as we know, we only just been a casting announcement that we're getting Robert Downey Jr. to play Dr. Doom. What those extra details are going to entail, that'll be the next thing. And he's saying, what if is loosely connected to the movies? Nothing has directly crossed over from the show into the movies yet. I said that happened a few times. Fear of FEMA said, Nerderotic said there was. We found the Dr. Doom, Tony Stark. Captain Keeley said, not this joke. Dan Blacker said, superior Iron Man, infamous Iron Man could be a basis for it, or a what if comic where it was more parody-ish. Spartacus said there was an Iron Lady, and she was probably that last great prime minister that the UK had. Dan Blacker said a cool Graham Nolan comic. I saw him on the penciling for that book. Yeah. And then Dan Blacker said he was coming. He was always coming back when they needed to pull that ace, right? Oh, for RDJ. Yeah. Brandon Trent said RDJ as Dr. Doom might be similar to DC's equivalent to Batman becomes. Oh wait, we went over that one. Duke Devil being a smart ass. Brandon Trent says no problems. I'll mention to you guys again about Batman Who Laughs. So Hitman, you better do your homework. You got homework. Spartacus says Galactus, which is a part of Fantastic Four, right? Duke Devil says Deadpool and Wolverine. RDJ returns. MCU saved. Titanic has been raised. You pain in the ass. And this is Galactus is a bad guy. In Fantastic Four. Brandon Tran said Deadpool is right about one thing. Disney's bringing him to play RDJ, play Doom until he's 90. That was kind of a running gag too. They kept saying that to Hugh Jackman. Like now that they've got you, they'll have you playing Wolverine till you're 90. Spartacus saying, Jay Hitman, you're thinking more of Jenna versus Pedro. And it said Johnny Storm and Cap America were just as it was. There is no explanation. It just was. Right. And that's us. Like I said, I'm pretty sure like with RDJ playing Doctor Doom, it's gonna be an alternate universe stuff, and that's how they're gonna cross things over. And that's how they're gonna bring the Fantastic Four, which don't exist in the current MCU, to exist in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's how they're gonna do it. They're gonna be coming from alternate universes. Oh, okay. So we'll hate to end all the chatter on what you calls it, ComicCon with this one, but oof.
They should change it from ComicCon. No, never mind. I was gonna say Comic-Con, but ComicCon.
I mean, it is a ComicCon. But yeah, so I think would almost.
I do have a. Well, go ahead. I do have a question I need to ask, and this is one of the most. I started this last night, so I need to get your takes. But go ahead and say what you're going to say.
No. What's the question?
Okay. Which is the greater saga, the Boo saga or Cell saga?
Oh.
And I do need you, yes, and I need you to explain Ocean Dub. Then because I got your text, but I wanted to I wanted to clarify why I was asking it. But yeah, what's the out of all the seasons? What I just tried to narrow it down to my favorite, and then it seems to be a pretty disputed between the two. When I ask people, they either say Boo or if you say Cell, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I don't know which I would, because both were very kind of a jumble of mixed ideas and stuff like that. Because I mean, Cell is part of the whole Android saga as a whole too.
Right. I believe he came with season 7.
I don't know. I don't know season wise. I don't know the exact chapters either for the manga, but at this point, yeah. Which I would prefer to watch of the two?
Well, which is greater? Which one is better, do you think?
Spartacus says Cell for him.
Oh, how dare they?
No, I am kind of leaning towards Cell a little bit just because.
Really?
So here's kind of the thing. Like, it really feels like it's the end of. It really is like the end of the Z saga almost. Just the way everything transpires, you have Gohan kind of finally stepping into that role, and like the Super Saiyan 2 is probably like just such a big moment that a lot of us remembered from those days, and it just didn't feel like Boo had quite the same moments going on. Yeah, we got like the rematch of the rematch of the century of Goku versus Vegeta again in the Boo saga, but I mean, I think like, yeah, Gohan being the first going Super Saiyan and all the stuff that goes on with that. Cell's an interesting villain himself, being this amalgamation of all of the Earth's mightiest heroes, and then also has the cells of villain Frieza and all the villains that they've fought. He's got all their skills. He's and like somebody put, I forget, and one of the guys from Team 4-Star, he's just kind of that representation of everything to end, because he is, like I said, he's this last remnant of the Red Ribbon Army, which goes back to Dragon Ball days. Dr. Gero, who created it, and then again, yeah, he's made up of all the cells of villains and heroes that Goku has fought and beat. So
I just don't know how you pass up Majin Buu, man. Buu, I mean, he's the Kirby of
Majin Buu. There's some good fun with Majin Buu.
I mean, the only one who was able to possess Vegeta. I don't know if it's technically possessing.
Depending on how you, like supposedly Vegeta allowed it, and we got out of that, we got Super Saiyan 3, which sadly didn't quite get to live on that long, but that was kind of the cool thing. Then we got the fusions. We had two different versions of fusion. We had the fusion dance, which got us Gotenks, but Goten in Trunks is kind of annoying at times, but in the manga is a lot more tolerable just because it was not wasting so much screen time with their shenanigans.
Yeah.
Ultimate Gohan was cool, but problem again, he shows up, makes a big impact, and then gets bitched out pretty quickly. All because Majin Buu kind of proved to be a bit of a better tactician and absorbed Gotenks. Got that turbo power boost. And then beat the living tar out of Gohan. So he kind of got, he shows up, makes a big impression, and then gets immediately his legs cut out from under him. And then that sets up everything for the whole Vegito stuff, which Vegito is kind of a cool idea. I preferred the original concept that they did, which was the Patora earrings were meant to be permanent. And it was due to some magic on the inside of Majin Buu that made them split apart. But
yeah.
I
just felt like Majin Buu was a harder opponent to beat. Maybe I go back and rewatch it. I plan on doing it, but I don't know. I just felt like Majin Buu.
Majin Buu was definitely a big challenge for them just because of his. I mean, he was again kind of that continued idea of regenerating villain from Cell. So he kind of takes off of Cell for that regards, but at a much crazier rate than Cell was able to. So, I don't know. Like, I think structure wise, I don't know. Like, they're both kind of jumbled a bit, but I might kind of lean Majin Buu just because it goes well into the ending and everything.
Yeah.
And I didn't mind the ending for Dragon Ball Z.
A lot of
it's both the finality, but also slightly left open for more story. But like it is an ending.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say it's split down the middle. I should do a poll. We should do a poll. I asked a lot of people last night, and few people said Cell. Like, I don't know, more people said Majin Buu, but that's just because I'm biased. But and then my next question would be Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, which is better?
Dragon Ball.
Really?
I haven't gone through even the Dragon Ball anime and stuff. I much prefer Dragon Ball.
Is that because it's more closer to Western anime?
What?
Or, well, it wasn't dubbed, or I guess why Dragon Ball? Because I'm still trying to learn what's the difference between dubbed and not dubbed.
It's the early days of everything. I like the tournament arcs that went on during that series. It was a lot more of a bigger sense of adventure going on instead of kind of like impending threat sort of thing that Dragon Ball Z more had.
Yeah.
They went to Namek, but it was like a strict, like particular reason for it. Felt like Dragon Ball kind of had more things that were some things going off, but it's also like it is the start of Goku, his journey to becoming a martial artist. I like the storylines that took place, especially like the first tournament where you have Master Roshi, after having just trained Goku and Krillin, is bringing them in, and he adopts the persona of Jackie Chun because it's a very sensible mindset too, and are kind of correct that he's trying to show the kids and also humble them that no matter what, there's always going to be that stronger person. So you should never kind of relax on your training, and always kind of be ready for the next challenge. So I really liked what that represented. Even like some of during the training too, like Roshi teaches them like, yes, train hard and train smart and all of that stuff, but also fit in those times of relaxation to calm the body and everything like that. And then just going forward is just like the tournament arcs were just were just phenomenal because some of the fights were the best, especially then in the anime. Generally very well animated, well choreographed. Especially like Krillin versus Goku was great for the first tournament. The later tournaments too. Although poor Yamcha, man, he just could not catch a break. But I liked a lot more of what went on in Dragon Ball than what went on in. And I love Dragon Ball Z is where I first really got into Dragon Ball and everything. But like if I had to say which was better, I'm gonna lean a little more towards Dragon Ball. Just because, like I said, just it was the beginnings of everything. It progressed well. And it seemed like Toriyama then had a little more of a clear idea of what he wanted to go for. Later on, there's a lot of experimenting with different ideas and stuff, and some panned out, some didn't. But right, well, in the anime, yes, this is true. He's like Spartacus says in Dragon Ball. It also didn't take 100 episodes to get through things too. Right, because
it was only about 40, not 100.
Well, the anime had caught up to the manga, so they had to try and find ways to extend things out. So that was the unfortunate nature of it. They used the power-ups to kind of extend moments. They had some filler, bits here and there. But like I've even rewatched Dragon Ball Z. I still enjoy Dragon Ball Z very much so, but like I just enjoy everything that went on with Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball. Because again, like the build up, Goku and his growth throughout that part of the series. You do kind of see though where it's just Goku just keeps this taking the lead while everybody else just kind of falls to the wayside, like Tien, Krillin, Yamcha. They just kind of fall to the wayside slowly but surely, which was really sad when you stop and think about it. Because like these are great characters that were at one point like on par with Goku with their fighting abilities and everything, but Goku just blasts forward. Not until Z that we learn, oh, he's an alien with the same DNA shit going on that makes him particularly battle hungry or worthy or whatever. So I like that era for sure. Like there's just something really fun about it. And then like it is too, the whole Red Ribbon Army stuff that takes place. You had the first big death, of course. Krillin was kind of that first big death for Goku to experience and deal with. And it was kind of an early moment too, where they almost weren't sure if they were going to make their wish to revive Krillin and Roshi because of Piccolo, the Demon King Piccolo, and how powerful he was proven to be, and especially like as it got closer towards the end of that arc, he stomps Tien, and it's all hinging on, oh God, what's going to happen next? And then Goku does show up, has a very intense battle still, even though he got, was it like the special water from Korin? I want to say I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but like he got his power up and went out there and beat the shit out of Piccolo. So, and then the final tournament I thought was great. That was Goku after Kami's training and how, you realize just like how even further the gap is just widened between him and everyone else. And Piccolo Jr., the Piccolo we know, is there at the tournament. And we get that big battle at the end. Goku's desire to finally be that Tenkaichi Budokai winner, making sure that he even gives Piccolo a free hit on him because of outside interference. And then at the end of it all, he does beat Piccolo, and he gives basically Kami the finger, even though Kami was like, hey, you should be the new god of Earth because you're totally strong and shit, and you'd be great for it. And Goku's like, fuck that. And he takes Chi-Chi and runs off. thinking he's gonna have a great dinner when in truth he's getting married, and he didn't realize what a marriage was. But there's a lot of fun. I like some of I like the lighthearted, goofy antics and stuff that did take place. So yeah, like for me, I've really over time, especially as I've gotten older, I guess I don't know what it is, but like I've just really appreciated Dragon Ball a lot more as time has gone on.
I think it was what my brother said. I still like Dragon Ball Z, but I've not watched Dragon Ball, so I can't.
Spider-Chris says also before Goku was killed like in almost every saga. That's true. He kind of was, wasn't he? Killed in at the start of the Saiyan saga. He was thought killed at the end of the Frieza saga, and then dies during the Cell saga. And then comes back to life finally and is alive for the rest of Z. Well, no, Chi-Chi still had to explain it to him, if I remember right. Like at the tournament, she had to still explain it to him. But yeah, as a child, he thought it was like a big banquet or a big feast. It's like, what? Food? Sure, I'll marry you. Like, everyone's like, Goku, what the fuck, dude? So okay, so that was one part of the question, right? What was the other?
Oh, that was it. It was like, who was? Well, I guess I'd say who's your favorite character. So it was like, what's the greatest saga? Between Boo and Cell. Do you prefer Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z? And then who's your favorite character?
Oh,
I'm basic. I already have mine, but
I mean, of course, originally Goku simp, but over time, because I wanted the other characters to shine because they had great moments originally, but they never got that later moment to really step forward and do some shit. But like I probably Piccolo or even Tien has been in my favorite tier list. So yeah, around, and of course the little angry man himself, Vegeta.
Yeah, mine too are Vegeta and Piccolo, but mainly
Good
because
choice.
I really enjoy their relationship that Piccolo fosters with Gohan. Gohan through when Goku goes away or when he the earlier seasons, he's like he looked at him eventually as this he looked at him as this burden pest that wanted nothing to do, this hard teacher type thing, and then kind of softened up towards the end, and then he died. But
yeah,
Vegeta all the way, man.
And what you were asking about the dubs, though?
Yes. Okay. So I on YouTube I saw there were two. It was the same clip. Just one was, I would assume, original, and one was, I guess, called Ocean Dub. But they're different voice actors. So is dubbed the American version, or what? Like what?
Ocean Dub, I believe, was the Canadian version, but that was the original version we got here in the States.
Okay.
Until Funimation took over, and then we got a whole new dubbing, and they took over like right where Ocean stopped, because the Ocean Dub always went from the start of the Saiyan saga into the at least for what was ever broadcast in my neck of the woods, it would always revert back to either playing like one of the movies, like either World's Strongest, Tree of Might, and oh god, the Garlic Jr. one, Dead Zone. And then it would go into the Saiyan saga and go back, and then it'd get through a portion of the Namek saga, get right to when Goku lands on Namek, begin his fight with Jason Birder, the Ginyu Force, and then right as they were doing their whole quick speed running by him and everything, it would restart back to the beginning. So for the longest time, that was as much as we had seen of Z until Funimation picked it up and started from there and started releasing stuff for the rest of the Namek and Frieza saga. But then that was around the time when they dropped that stuff. That was around then the time I discovered the international channel that we had and started and found the original Japanese dub and started watching that, even though we couldn't understand a goddamn thing of it. But we were, or thanks to having access to the internet, we were learning shit. So
the other thing is are there censored versions of it? Like I saw in the video, there was like one where it was more brutal than like the dub version.
The Ocean dub was very censored. Like they censored the big wound in Goku's chest and stuff.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, it was like all bloodied out and
and of course in the original Japanese version that wasn't an issue. Then Funimation. Funny thing was too, Funimation had two different versions that they would release. They'd have a censored version, and then they'd have the uncensored version that you could pick up. I wish we still had those VHS tapes, but lost.
So if you're gonna rewatch that, like if you try to buy this on Crunchyroll or on like you could buy them on Microsoft Store, are you getting the Ocean dub version or are you getting the original? Like how do you know what you're not gonna get there? Like
you have to look and see which they have. So like you'd see like audio languages, Japanese, English, and then like it is Japanese would then have English subtitles, which is the route I'll always take.
Because those are the original voice actors, I'm assuming.
But yeah, for America, what you're gonna mostly find is the Funimation dub.
Yeah, which is that Ocean dub.
The one good thing about the Funimation dub, if it's like Dragon Ball Kai, especially, I believe they started using the original Japanese score, even though they originally they had they had somebody else do the music. They redid the music. Some tracks aren't bad. There's some good tracks that came from that guy. I can't remember his name at the moment, but yeah, but I mean, I much prefer original all across the board for the dubbing and music. I much prefer it. I am very much a purist snob at times.
Right. So the non-censored would be is not the Funimation. Funimation censored.
Funimation I think it is just the regular aired version. I don't believe they've done any censorship that I'm aware of. But Ocean originally did. I don't know if they ever changed that because they did continue it at some point. They've changed Goku actors, but they kept I believe his name Brian Drummond was Vegeta, who I think was was a much better Vegeta voice than Chris Sabat. Personally. Because Brian Drummond had much more of a kind of closer voice to the Japanese Vegeta.
Right.
And nothing better than his just when he was powering up and ready to going into charge and fight Raccoon, like that was a pure greatness. On top of then when he discovers the Dragon Balls have been taken from him for the first time by Krillin, and his pure rage. I thought he did a fantastic job at that. But then, like I said, like his voice to me just is much more what I would think for Vegeta than what we got from Chris Sabat. And then when you learn about Chris Sabat, he's a piece of shit. So not just Hollywood has their dirty fuckers. Sadly,
within animation,
the voice acting industry has it too.
Yeah. Now I want to go back and watch it.
I love going back through Dragon Ball occasionally. It's fun. It's just fun.
Season 1's just iconic, man, because it's literally 40 plus episodes of Goku trying to get to King Kai's palace on Snake Eye. Yeah, literally. And he could have taken the street sweeper 14 times. That's an exaggeration, but he could have taken at least 3 because he's it's just iconic where it's like, he's saying, I gotta get to King Kai's, and he's like, so.
And what's funny too is all of that's filler.
Probably. Yeah.
And when
I'm not going to try to defend it.
No. It's it wasn't bad filler. I'm just saying it was. I'm just saying that it was. That's all. I'm not saying it was bad or anything. I was just saying, that was filler, and like.
But it's just funny because
he gets there a lot quicker. Dragon Ball Kai, they also get it closer to the comic, so he's doing things it's going a little bit at a different pace. But then there's a weird part of me that like ends up missing out on like, oh man, we don't have any of that stuff when I watched it through.
Have you watched it multiple times? Have you watched every season through and through?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You go back.
I even finally did a watch through of Dragon Ball GT a while ago.
How was that? I've not touched not good.
So it was okay. Like the one shining thing that came out of GT was the Super Saiyan 4. Like I do think like that is pinnacle. That should be like the final transformation for Super Saiyan
4.
Yeah, Super Saiyan 4 I think is just like peak the best transformation for the Saiyans out there. And it should be like, because it's just that combination, it's got the Saiyan ape hairy chest thing going on and all that, and uses the ape form to obtain it. So I think that's a really cool concept. So the way I look at Dragon Ball GT, there are good elements to it, like a Vegeta that is kind of at peace with himself.
Yeah,
and he's looking to finally just kind of better himself in terms of power for himself, for how he can defend his family, versus just what he used to do, which was always trying to one up Goku. And he actually in it compromises here and there on trying to obtain. He has Bulma use a piece of technology to regrow his tail so he can turn into the great ape. And shut up, Spartacus. To turn into the great ape and then obtain Super Saiyan 4, which normally, old Vegeta, that's against my pride, damn it, sort of thing. And he never would have done it, but he's willing to make the compromise, especially to defeat a villain like Lee Shinran. And then there's some other cool concepts that go on. Like I like the idea that they finally kind of have to answer for all the wishes, the overuse of the Dragon Balls, and they the Earth pays the big price for that. But I like that idea. Oh shit, we're finally getting some payback for overusing these items that Kami himself originally intended as just this basically the device for humans to have a desire for, to go in and seek adventure. Maybe they find them, maybe they don't. And it's just more of just for whatever journeys that the people could go on to obtain those items. And so I like that idea that, we are finally seeing some consequences for their actions. They did reference from Dragon Ball Oolong wishing for the panties and everything. So they even reference a lot of the old wishes and stuff. I like that idea. I thought that was very great. But some of the execution was kind of iffy. Also, same with the whole Tuffle's return and Baby. that again, a good concept. This idea that there's still the lingering race that suffered at the hands of the Saiyans, and they're kind of coming back for revenge. Some of it was okay, but again, it just was not handled that particularly well. They unfortunately gimped out Oob in a big way. Even when he fuses with Majin Buu, with Fat Buu, even though it's like, they're on the one hand they're trying to show just how much of a danger this baby villain is, who has now fused with Vegeta. They're trying to show how big of a threat he is by stomping on the kid that is, basically the heir to basically, in a sense, an heir, but like, yeah, kind of the person now to take over and be the fighter for Earth, one of Earth's defenders besides Goku. So that was unfortunate. But I wasn't too big on them turning Goku into a child. Yeah, it was kind of funny because his Pilaf and his gang stupidly making this wish, but like there's some good, like I said, there's some good ideas that take place in the series for it. It's just some of the execution was not so well thought out. But I do think it's worth a watch. It's not bad.
What about Super?
I think Super is garbage.
Yeah.
The only reason why I've kept up with it is just by the simple fact that it's Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Did you watch any of the movies?
I've watched some. Yeah, I've watched the movies. The Broly movie I thought wasn't too bad. The different characterization to Broly was okay, and the fact that he wasn't just trying to murder his father. And his father was still kind of using him in the same way that the original was, but just a little different. Which Broly had a little more sympathy towards his father and everything, and a little more care. So there wasn't some bad ideas there again. And again, I liked what I liked with that was that Broly was tapping into the Uzaru power. So again, referencing to more of the Saiyan stuff. I like that that's how he kind of beefed himself up in the beginning, that he was even taking on Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan forms and stuff like that. But and the ending was fine enough. I thought it was Frieza was being a cheeky little fucker with the way he killed Broly's father. He's like, oh my god, look at what they did. He blames it on Goku and Vegeta still somehow.
Yeah.
And that just sparks him turning Super Saiyan and going full rage mode. And getting kind of the Broly that we know. Otherwise, like the other ones are just very meh.
Yeah.
I haven't fully watched the superheroes yet. I've only caught bits and pieces, but it's just kind of from what I know, it's just retreading of the Cell saga. And that's just not the way to go. And they just turned Cell, they used Cell's Form 2, which was, as I understand, I believe Toriyama's favorite version of Cell. But they used Cell's Form 2 and they just turned him into a rage beast. So because he was incomplete technically, so he didn't get to be actually fully formed, which I think would have been a much better route to take. But in Gohan's beast mode, I don't know. Like, it's just kind of the over ridiculousness of the gigantic hair. Like, we already had Super Saiyan 3. Like, stick with that. Gohan's super his beast mode thing was just basically another take on Super Saiyan 2. Just his hair is way more jacked. I thought it was weird that they had Piccolo actually make a wish to become stronger.
Yeah.
But I might be mixing his ideals a little too much with like Goku and stuff, who wouldn't do that sort of thing. Maybe this was kind of a reference to the old Demon King Piccolo, that he would make that kind of wish to better himself in that way. I don't know. It kind of came off as weird, and the orange Piccolo thing, like the form wasn't bad, but it was just kind of a goofy thing. So,
The only movie I saw was the guy that looked like the Sphinx, the cat Sphinx character.
oh, Battle of Gods, the first.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
first one. Oh, and Resurrection F was stupid. Like all apparently they what they end up revealing is that all Frieza had to do was actually train. So if he actually trains, and he'd be stupid powerful. I was like, are you fucking serious? And of course, they also resurrect Frieza. I was like, and then they kill him all over again. I'm like, well, that was pointless. He didn't even get to go, I'll fight you again one day. And fly off in a ship or something, but no, he gets killed. Yeah, I've just been very meh on everything that's revolved around Super.
What is your favorite? I don't know if I've probably asked you this, but what is your favorite Japanese, like your anime? What's your favorite anime?
Anime or manga?
Well, do both. I was gonna say Berserk, but I don't know if that's your favorite.
Yeah, Berserk is definitely top tier for me, especially manga wise. That's even as dark as it fucking is. It's a great series. R.I.P. to Miura. I'm still following it. It's difficult.
Is Sun continue it?
It's not his son. It was his.
No.
It was his friend that's kind of producing it. He's kind of being a creative eye for the whole thing, and a lot of his assistants, I believe, are working on it. But his friend of his is the one overseeing the story and everything, because he was kind of the next confidant for it. But I'm keeping an eye on it. I mean, anime wise,
like what is considered, I guess, true
anime? Like anime, like I think it was like just like created as an anime and not like a manga adaptation. Ooh, like
Naruto or
Naruto's another manga turned anime.
Okay.
If you want to talk about filler hell, goddamn, fucking
that is.
Naruto gets into a lot of filler bullshit very early on, and then the animation turned shit really early on too. Like I was all hyped for the to see the Naruto Sasuke fight at the statues of the Kages and everything, and I thought it was gonna be like the Gaara Lee fight from the tournament, the Chunin exam stuff. But no, there was so much goofy shit from that. If I were to say like a favorite, like I'd probably go up with like, I think Gundam's become a manga, but it started as an anime. Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam's probably up there, along with Outlaw Star. Outlaw Star is probably
I never got into Gundam. That was with the ships, or were they like
robots? Big fighting robots.
Yeah. Which I'm assuming, did Transformers come out of Gundam, or are they just separate?
They're separate entirely.
Yeah. But one wasn't birthed out of the
Gundam's
other.
Good. It's always funny though, considering the what they call new types, which think like mutants or kind of DC. What do they call them? Their like whatever their like basically.
Oh yeah.
But it's always funny because the new types always happen to be kind of autistic.
Yeah.
It's like the creator was always giving the people, like the people with these special powers were like turbo autistic.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Oh, Spartacus saying, yeah, Gundam started as an anime, almost got canceled, then was saved by Gunpla. And Gunpla is a hell of a bitch to get into
Is
because
it?
it's a money sink. It's a money sink for sure.
Why is it a money sink?
Because there's a lot of figures out there to build and put together, and then also,
Yeah. We
if you
saw.
if you want to go deeper, it's about like then you get like either the special pens or
Is it as
then
bad as
also
Legos?
probably because but like the kind of cool thing is like I've seen people with even like basic Gunpla figures that they'll get for the kits, and they'll turn them into like looking like amazing toys. But like I've gotten a few, I've put them together, I've enjoyed putting them together, but
They have they
I am
equivalent to
just
like
not
Hot Toys or something.
well, they're model kits, like
Okay.
Chris points out, Gunpla are model kits. So you're assembling it, and I've enjoyed that. I've liked doing that, but I don't have the artistic eye and everything, or even I guess I could also say energy, not energy, but
The time.
the time. I don't know if time is it either, but yeah, like I'm just not sitting there and putting in all the extra detail and stuff that I've seen other people do, and so I also am like, then I'm like really like, well, this is fun, I kind of enjoy it, but like I'm not taking it to that next level like a lot of people seem to that get into it. So I've kind of fallen off on it, like because again, like I'm not putting it. So I'm also like, why display it? Because it's just not looking as impressive as what people do. I mean, you want to go down a rabbit hole, put in Gunpla into YouTube and start seeing all the stuff people are putting together. So yeah,
It's on a whole other level that like Legos, but on a different level.
yeah. I guess Spartacus said worse than Legos. But yeah, for anime, definitely between like Gundam and Outlaw Star. Outlaw Star I like a lot. It's kind of the progenitor to things.
Is that
like
an old school show or is it new?
It was from the 90s.
Okay. I have to look at it. Outlaw Star. I'll have to look it up.
I really liked it. Like even for me, like too, to say like I even like the English voice cast. The English voice cast did a very good job. And it's one I will happily watch with the English voice cast. And it's unfortunately a series that kind of got cut short. Like you really like when you get to a certain point, it just kind of rushes right to the end. But it's worth it. It's fun. I really that's like, and I found that thanks to things like Toonami on Cartoon Network when they had like the anime hour and shit.
Yeah.
They'd play that. They would play Gundam and stuff.
I miss Toonami.
Oh man. What times?
Reminiscent of a bygone era.
But yeah, they had like I don't know how many episodes. They had only one season, sadly. That's
Outlaw Star?
They had 26 episodes.
Why didn't they continue?
And they had a beautiful. It was an anime that just actually ended.
Oh,
They had an ending, like, but like I like the song sung by the character Melfina is really good, which is part of the end credit song. I love that to death. But yeah, like it's a great series. I guess a great season of a show. It's a good anime to check out. Like if I was kind of, I don't know if I would say if this would be like for me like what I would introduce people to anime with, but
so is that your top all-time top would be Gundam and then Outlaw Star?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably for just pure anime. Yeah,
yeah,
like that's how they started out and everything. Yeah,
Gundam's been around for a long time.
So Spartacus, I never got into Big O. Like I remember them playing that at the time, but I just never got into it. Like the style was a little weird to me. Like I wasn't sure if it was an actual anime or like a pseudo like a Western anime thing where they're trying to mimic the style. But I never really checked it out. Maybe I'll have to one of these days.
How many seasons does Gundam have?
A
lot.
Series.
Well, how many? I guess the better question. How
Because
many
Gundam
series
is
there?
made up of a bunch of different. Basically, they have a multiverse thing set up too.
How many?
Okay,
series,
yeah. Tenchi Muyo. Spartacus says also Tenchi Muyo was something interesting, but scatterbrained, very scattered brain. Like they had multiple series too, and you did not know which you were supposed to like mainly follow. But like it was a Tenchi Muyo was fun. Like it was a weird kind of a slice of life series, but with then sci-fi and supernatural elements thrown in too. And also very harem. Like Tenchi had a bunch of beautiful women surrounding him and all basically wanted his dick. But yeah, so Gundam, it all depends on what you're looking at. Because Gundam, like I said, they have Universal Century. God, hang on, let me. But like basically, Mobile Suit Gundam. That's the entry point. That'll be the first. So yeah, there's Universal Century. So yeah, there's a. Hang on, let me share this. As you see, there's Universal Century, Future Century, After Colony, Mars Century, After War, Correct Century, Cosmic Era, Anno Domina. So some of these I'm not familiar with. Like I'm mainly familiar with the Universal Century. So that's the main kind of continuity. So you have Mobile Suit Gundam, which is the main series that started in 79. Again, the English voice cast is good for this too. I'll give props. Like they did a good. Oh, that was the Ocean Group and Westwood Studios. Wait, which Westwood Studios? What? That Westwood Studios. I'll be damned. The ones that did Command and Conquer and everything. Nice. But yeah, the Ocean Group and Westwood Studios was behind the English dub. But yeah, this is the start of the giant robot series. And it's very good too. It does kind of rush towards the end. Like they were still trying to build towards things, but not too bad.
Where can you go to watch it?
I don't know.
Funimation, Crunchyroll.
I don't know where they might have it at the moment.
And where do you start? The Universal Saga or the Universal?
Yeah,
Suit?
so Mobile Suit Gundam from 79 is where you start.
Mobile Suit.
That's what I say. Mobile Suit Gundam is where you start. And then you can kind of just go from there.
Is there like equivalent of like does Gundam have like the equivalent of like a Optimus Prime? Like who's the main? Are they all just
Amuro Ray is kind of the main character, and then yeah, this Gundam here, the RX-78, this is kind of the main look of Gundam, and this is like every series, the main Gundam will have this same color scheme usually, and they'll just look different for variation ways. And then another there's if you want some cheese, if you want some kind of cheesy series, Mobile Suit Fighter G Gundam is very much like just taking it and turning it into a big tournament fighter. It's not bad. It's like I said, it's kind of cheese. And they have like the Neo colonies that all have their Gundam representative. So they have a German Gundam, they have a Chinese gun. It's fun. It's funny as hell, but it's goofy. Mobile Suit Gundam Wing was the first series. It was funny because they aired Mobile Suit Gundam Wing and Mobile Suit Gundam initially. And I like this series is a little more kind of out there, over the top, but again, some great characters. It's kind of funny because at some point the characters all try to mimic the character Hiro Yui, who goes on who tries to Minecraft himself, and like everybody ends up trying to kind of copy him in a way. It's really funny as hell. But then like Duo Maxwell was my favorite character, and he has the Death Scythe Gundam. This was like the one I dug really a lot. And then also they had like the Death Scythe Hell was Death Scythe Hell was a really cool one. And I just realized recently his helmet's kind of German looking.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was another good series. I enjoyed it. A little more melodramatic with some kind of teen drama mixed in.
What about Gundam drew? So why is Gundam your favorite? What about it drew you?
It was just like it was this kind of this take on people being thrown into a very difficult situation. Like Amuro Ray is just a regular kid, and he stumbles into this project that his father was working on, and he just happens to have a knack for knowing how to pilot the Gundam, or not a knack, but like he's kind of the first one that takes up piloting it by pure chance and fights off some Zakus, which are the technically the bad guys of the series. But Zigxian. But he's kind of this, I don't know if you say like a reluctant hero, but it's just also then like them dealing with the trials and tribulations of war and what that means, how people get brought into it, the casualties, and everything like that. Like it's a very intriguing series, and for that kind of bit of mature themes going on, it's a good one. And hey, then you got giant robots fighting each other, and a lot of really cool design, even for the bad guys. Like the Zakus look really cool. And that's so. And then Char Aznavour is kind of the main antagonist to Amuro, and they kind of have a recurring theme with some characters, but like it's kind of hard to see. But he's called the Red Comet.
Mm-hmm.
That's his mech right there. Like I said, there's some cool designs in there for the Gundams and the Zakus and the Xeon has a bunch of different mobile suit designs. A Goof right here, which has also so like it is they kind of have energy. They call them energy swords. Think of them like lightsabers, basically. But each side does have different versions. The Goofs are cool too. Like you kind of see the spikes and everything. They got the one eye. But you'll see them with an axe occasionally and other kind of weaponry types. And it's a long spanning saga. And Char's kind of a weirdo. He kind of goes from wanting to blow up Earth to save Earth to blow up Earth. He's kind of a weird dude.
Like anti-hero.
He goes from like anti-hero to villain to, but it's a long spanning, like this is part of the Universal Century stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that's been recently out. I say stick to mainly the older stuff, and I might try and find you like a watch list if you're really trying to.
How many seasons is it?
Dude, there's a bunch. It's mainly like a bunch of different series that spins off.
I got it
from Mobile Suit Gundam. Like it starts with Mobile Suit Gundam, and then it goes to, I think, Zeta Gundam, ZZ Gundam, and like some of the movies are in between all of that. But I say like stick with the original series first, get through that, and then see how you feel, and then maybe go on from there. I still need to like check out the 8th MS team. I've heard that's pretty good. But yeah, I need to go back and get to watching some of this stuff again.
I might
Yeah,
check it out.
like he says, Gundam Wing was the intro for most North American fans. G Gundam is like Dragon Ball with exactly Dragon Ball with giant robots. Spartacus saying, if you want to know some stuff about Gundam, ask me. I've loved Gundam since the 90s.
Let's go. I'll be DMing both of you.
He says there are 2 Mobile Suit Gundams. One is the TV series, which came out first, and then there is the movie trilogy, which is technically the canon between the two. Yeah, like some of the movies that came out, also like they have Gundam the movie, and there's Char's counterattack, and wait, is that the last one?
Oh,
the
thank you,
animated
Spotted
movies?
Chris.
But yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, he just says DM'd J Hitman a watch order list on Discord. Sweet.
See, this is what I'm talking about. See, we don't have to, we don't have to watch.
Oh,
crap.
whatever. He's like beam sabers fractured. Beam sabers, not energy swords. Whatever.
Lightsaber.
Lightsabers.
Is that what they call beam sabers? Is that their term?
I believe so. Yeah, that's why he corrected me on it.
George Lucas secretly wrote Gundam.
Laser swords. Gundam revolutionized the giant robot genre. Instead of giant robots fighting monsters and whatnot, now they are fighting other giant robots, and it's more grounded and is heavily influenced by real science. Yeah, the other series kind of get a little wacky tobacky, but they're fun.
I figure out where to buy them or watch them at least.
Or Amazon would be a good place to buy them.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Or the high seas, maybe.
Or that, if you're feeling brave and bold.
Probably not. You'll never know what you get. It's like Russian roulette. It's like LimeWire.
But yeah, you find some of it on there, but I don't know who's streaming it. If there are any services out there that are otherwise, it might be a little tough to find some of them. A lot of it's gonna be the newer. A lot of it's gonna be the newer stuff.
Newer crap's bad.
I haven't watched everything, so I don't know.
Well, I'm just assuming Dragon Ball Super was trash.
Gundam is the Japanese Star Wars. There we go.
There you
go. Spartacus is saying Crunchyroll, Netflix, Hulu have several of the Gundam shows and movies.
Amazon or just Crunchyroll?
He says Crunchyroll, Netflix, Hulu are some of the places you can go to watch
Gundam. Not Amazon. I'll have to download. The problem with Crunchyroll is they. I don't like to do these platforms that you have to pay monthly. Like if there's like a yearly subscription, I do it. But I don't know if Crunchyroll has a yearly.
I don't know. I don't mess with that platform personally.
Well, it used to be. I thought it was like Funimation had one. Or Toonami. I thought Toonami had a platform that you could... I don't know. It's whatever. I'll figure it out.
Not that I've ever been aware of, but...
Bradley has everything on USB.
I don't know if he's got Gundam though.
Surely he does. If he's American, he'll have Gundam on there.
Okay. So I got one other.
Okay.
Well, okay. So we've already kind of touched on some ComicCon stuff with the reveal. This one's a heavy one. At the same time, kind of there's some good in it, but like also it's like, God damn, dudes. I don't know if you want to go into it.
Up to you. You want to go or you want to save it? I mean, I feel like if it's Comic-Con related, we're already doing Comic-Con.
Yeah, we already are. All right. I have one more kind of topic that I found from somebody else, but we'll first go to this. So yeah, San Diego Comic-Con's in trouble. Or something, because San Diego Comic-Con human trafficking sting results in 14 arrests, 10 rescues. So there's the benefit there. They had rescues. They were able to do some good. The question becomes what else was not found. But otherwise, so the citizens of America's finest city can rest a little bit easier tonight knowing that a human trafficking sting conducted during the recent San Diego Comic-Con has resulted in a number of both arrests and rescues. Per a press release issued by the Office of California Attorney General Rob Bonta, said the operation was conducted by the San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force from July 25th, 27th, from July 25th to the 27th, and ultimately resulted in 14 arrests and 10 victims recovered and offered services. Quote, the anti-human trafficking operation targeted sex buyers and focused on recovering potential victims of sex trafficking and arresting traffickers. The AG's office detailed law enforcement personnel worked undercover as sex buyers to identify and contact potential victims of trafficking and arrest their traffickers. As part of the operation, undercover law enforcement personnel also posted undercover advertisements soliciting sex to arrest sex buyers. As a result of a 3-day operation, 14 sex buyers were arrested, 9 adult potential victims of sex trafficking were recovered and offered services, and 1 16-year-old juvenile was recovered. Child welfare services and adult juvenile support service advocates were on scene to provide support as needed. Offering a personal statement on the operation's results, Bonta asserted, quote, unfortunately, sex traffickers capitalize on large-scale events such as Comic-Con to exploit their victims for profit. These arrests send a clear message to potential offenders that their criminal behavior will not be tolerated. We are grateful to all our dedicated partners involved in the San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force, whose collaboration has been invaluable. We take great pride in our office's commitment to uplifting vulnerable Californians by offering them assistance and guidance when they need it most. Likewise, San Diego Sheriff Kelly Martinez affirmed, quote, there is no more insidious crime than human trafficking. The coercion and violence which enslaves people for profit and places them into forced labor or sex is criminal. As the sheriff, I support the efforts of all our justice partners in holding perpetrators accountable. I appreciate the focus that was placed on the recent convention to identify and rescue victims of human trafficking. Further, San Diego proudly hosts special events like Comic-Con. Highly attended events like these allow us to showcase our growing and beautiful city, added Christopher Davis, acting special agent in charge of Homeland Security investigations, San Diego branch. Saying, however, when people use these events as an opportunity to prey upon minors, HSI and our law enforcement partners will find you and bring you before a court of law to face criminal charges. You know, while that's great and all, I think there should be another solution. But that's me. There is no place for alleged predators to operate in our city, and HSI is committed to helping the victims of these crimes. As of writing, the SDHTTF has not released any details pertaining to the identities of those arrested, nor the current status of their respective legal proceedings. I did see another article through, Fandom Pulse that was talking about this, and they only showed which I thought, I don't know if they did that or if it was censored from the police themselves, but this is the only way that it's displayed. So no real identification. But then why should there be when you can find a nice ditch and finish things off there? We'll say. But that's me. I'm a bit extreme. And I think if you want to really, send a message to these filthy fuckers, what better way than to do that personally and use it as an example. But yeah, so that was definitely some crazy news to suddenly come out of ComicCon of all places to hear about anything like this happening. I mean, we already kind of know that there's a bunch of degenerates and sex pests and stuff like that, thanks to Hollywood in general. But when it comes to something like, trafficking and everything like that, you don't exactly think, oh, Comic-Con, yeah. Oh, that's definitely
interesting.
A hive of scum and villainy for this sort of behavior.
I mean, that was only Mos Eisley, but
I mean, I know it's California, but at the same time, it's like, oof, this is freaking crazy.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah, like I said, a more final solution to these fuckers would be much more desirable than personal. I mean, especially you caught them red-handed. What more is potentially needed in my book? But again, I'm a little extreme.
Well, I mean, they're definitely put on notice with the projects like Sound of Freedom that exposed, which is funny because did you know who had the rights to that movie? Did you ever watch Sound of Freedom, first of all?
No, I never watched it. I heard about it, but I never.
Yeah, so you want to know who had? You want to know who had the rights to that movie?
Disney. I remember hearing there's a weird rights issue with that movie, and yeah.
Freaking Disney had the rights to that movie.
Yeah, and it went through hell to try and see the light of day.
That's just, it's so ironic that grooming company had the rights to a sex trafficking.
Yeah, so
child sex trafficking movie. That's weird.
I mean, it's
but
kind of
no coincidences. They don't exist.
Yeah, and it's crazy that apparently they mostly got the 9 adults, then 1 16-year-old juvenile was recovered. It just makes the mind rattle. It's like, okay, but that, and it's great that they managed to at least save some people from this whole thing, but they need to start going, this is just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? And how many more are in harm and in danger of this sort of shit, and
right, what
else is being a factor in for this happening? As you start looking at it a little more, it's like, okay, so we got to worry about the people within our country. Is it the people coming into our country from a border that's not being properly secured? Stuff like that. So yeah, it's the positivity is that they saved people. It's just my brain is just like, oh fuck. So now where else does this go?
Right. Yeah.
And I really hope that they get more backing and more support to help more people. So that is at least, there's some positivity out of it. And hopefully, like I said, they get more
sting operations.
But yeah, that was some of the crazy antics going on, so to speak, with freaking San Diego Comic-Con. As everybody's hearing their announcements of their next projects, their next this, that, the Marvel slop. By the way, human trafficking sting just went down. Oh! So that was that one. But this next one that I wanted to talk about, and this I got from watching. So I got this thanks to the great people over at Melee Games, James and Kay. They were first talking about this on their. Let me get it really quick. They talked about it on their own podcast live stream. Grab it really. Oh, here. Yeah. So here's their channel. Drop it in the chat. They're great. They're very video game focused, very video game centric, and they happen to catch some really great little new news and stuff like that. And right now for August, doing the celebration of attractive video game female characters, celebrating what once was. But they were the ones that dropped this news, and like they said, not a lot of people are talking about this. And it's an interesting thing that I'll first start at kind of the what kind of was the end of this. So here's this tweet here saying, imagine being banned from limited run games solely because the consumer asked for a resolution for not getting the product that they purchased. And now they want to unban the person after several years have passed. And I'll bring up the backstory in just a moment. But yeah, so better here. It says they received the email about being unbanned, and they replied saying, thank you for unbanning me. As a customer, I'll have to move on. I tried and was really rooting for your company. Based on countless disappointments, I can just no longer support the company's activities. Best to you and your company's future endeavors. So that was the end run of that. Now, where this all started is with a gentleman named Jefferson Webster. He's the one that first, he's the guy that this is all resounding around. And here is his channel if you ever want to check him out. Boom. But we'll be taking a look at his video here that will go through, and he details everything that went on with limited, and he kind of explains what limited run is. And we'll also go into extra stuff from them. I've got some stuff on my own neck of the woods that I discovered. I was like, oh shit. So we'll play his video. Where it is how I was permanently banned from limited run games.
Jefferson Webster here. Well, I was permanently banned from limited run games. And the purpose of this video isn't to be petty or complain about it. I really want to just inform you about what happened in case this could happen to you. Let's get into it. For folks that don't know about Limited Run Games, it's a video game distributor based out of Raleigh, North Carolina. The company meets a customer need by bringing digital-only games to a physical release on a variety of consoles. However, more recently they have begun delving into retro games such as ports of Turok, Doom, and other titles. The company gets their name based upon the exclusivity and number of physical games that they produce. They only print a small number of copies, thereby creating video game collector gold for nerds like me. Limited Run finances costs for the game's print runs and other steps in the process. To offset production costs, the company's website handles pre-orders. The company has only been around for 4 years now, but their presence is well known on eBay from troll sellers who purchase their games and list them well above the sale price immediately upon receiving them. That said, let's get into how I was banned for life. Back in early 2020, Limited Run announced the remake for the video game Panzer Dragoon. While it isn't my favorite video game, I have it for the Sega Saturn and enjoy it. The game is somewhat of a medieval version of Star Fox, a rail shooter. Excited for the potential of playing a beefed up version of the game on the Nintendo Switch, I pre-ordered the game on Limited Run's website in March 2020, right as the coronavirus pandemic was hitting the US. Several months later, I received correspondence from the company that the game was delayed because the developer was continuing to work on the game. I was completely fine with this because I didn't want to buy a buggy game. The probability of updates coming out for these limited run games is low, so I'd prefer that they produce the best version possible for a physical release. And delays are somewhat common with limited run games, so it didn't really bother me at the time. Fast forward to August 2020, we had decided to sell our home and move based upon the lack of space for a home office. After the move, I completed a change of address. Additionally, I updated my address on Limited Run's website. Fast forward once again to November 2020, and we are planning to host a small family gathering for Thanksgiving so our family could see the new house. During this time, Limited Run began sending out final copies of Panzer Dragoon. I recall seeing the ship notification in my email, but I didn't investigate further. That's really only the glimmer of accountability I have in all of this. Had I investigated further, I would have noticed that they were sending the game to my old address. With everything going on to host my family for Thanksgiving, a Nintendo Switch game was low on my priorities at the time. December 2020 rolls around and it dawned on me that I never received the game. I went into my email, followed the package tracking, and realized it was marked shipped and delivered to my previous address in late November. I reached out to Limited Run Games in mid-December to let them know I had not received the game as it had been delivered to my old address. The representative from Limited Run indicated that updating the address on their website would not affect orders already placed, even if they were 8 months ago apparently. That's a systems problem that they need to fix on their end, but whatever. Limited Run sent the game UPS, but since packages were all jammed up from the holidays and COVID delays, UPS dumped the package on USPS. Since USPS delivered the package, the change of address should have worked, but it didn't. I reached out to the Postal Service to see if they lost or kept the package for some reason. I gave Limited Run a heads up that I was doing so. To this point, I feel like I have done more than enough here. However, to imply that someone stole the game without having any evidence of this is a bit much. Sure, it is possible that the postal worker kept the game, maybe the occupant of our old home took it, or maybe a porch pirate struck. I did mail a letter to the person who bought our old home asking about the game, but the person didn't reply, so who knows? Regardless, I paid for a game and the company didn't get it to me. None of this should be a me problem. I ended up getting in touch with the local postmaster in late December and she indicated that they could not track the package down. She said that the shipping method Limited Run selected would not trigger the change of address to work. This basically puts me in limbo with resolving this between the post office and Limited Run. I sent this correspondence to Limited Run and evidently that wasn't satisfactory. They asked for a notice of missed delivery. So basically to this point, Limited Run is saying, we have your money, this isn't our problem. Therefore, my next step was to take money out of the equation, so I had a conversation with my credit card company and challenged the charge. Magically, in early March, I receive a message from Limited Run that says a chargeback was credited to my account, and if I didn't change it, they would permanently ban me. This prompted even more back and forth with their representatives. They asked me to provide proof that I, in fact, did file a change of address when we moved. If the USPS didn't conduct the change of address, then Limited Run said they could categorize this as a missed delivery and go after them. I once again reached out to the post office and forwarded the information to the company. Upon receiving the change of address information, Limited Run asked me to remove the chargeback from my credit card company and they said they would proceed with a missed delivery case. That was pretty much the last straw for me. If I lifted the fraud case from my credit card company, then I had no protections if Limited Run decides to jerk me around any further. I can't file another claim, so they could literally just sweep this under the rug and keep my money. I sent the rep a note indicating that I would happily cancel the fraud claim if they credited my account for the price of the game. The rep responded with, "This is not a negotiation." At that point, it was game over as far as I was concerned. After months of emails and phone calls with the post office, Limited Run, and my credit card company, that was it. Perhaps I'm being too stubborn, but I never once felt like the company put me first throughout this whole experience. Being petty, I wanted to take one last jab at the company. It was my Pretty Woman big mistake moment. Following that note, I was later sent the following email that indicated I was permanently banned. C'est la vie. What do you think, guys? Was I in the wrong here? Regardless, Limited Run Games will be fine without me, and I'll be fine without them. I still like their company. I just wanted to inform you guys of what could potentially happen. So keep an eye on your orders.
So, yeah, a pretty insane situation when you stop and think about it, especially when they start leveling basically veiled threats at the guy.
Blackballing you, like if you don't remove the charger, we're gonna ban you.
Well, I mean, they did. They
Did
that, but like, it's just insane. Like, and the guy went out of his way to get as much, as much information. He basically did his due diligence.
Yeah, he did his due
Like
diligence.
above and beyond. But when I'd like to say this is not a negotiation. If the chargeback is open at the close of business today, your account will be permanently banned. Like, that is not how you treat your customers. Like, I can only imagine the sort of shitstorm that would happen at our store if we were trying that sort of
yeah.
To say this is not a negotiation. You don't have any stance here. Like, wow.
Ballsy of a company to basically stonewall you like that.
Well, and I mean,
it makes him even look that much more disreputable. Like, what are you hiding? Like,
well, yeah, and I mean, like, good on him to stand his ground and everything. Although it sounded like, I mean, at the end, kind of like, because he says he still likes their company. Who knows if he's still purchasing? Although we saw the email, so again, who really knows? But I mean, he was apparently as nice as can be. He again went so far above what was probably necessary, provided all the evidence that he needed to, and yeah, just blackballed him so goddamn hard. And
it's pretty telling of the company. It's like, well, did you really send the game?
Right.
Or did you not send the game? Like,
like, and I understand them being wary.
I mean, was this game? I mean, for them to ban him, like, how much was this game? My goodness, was this like a $500 million game?
Oh, he said his pans. I don't know if they have it up on their site.
Yeah, that seems kind of petty because it's like, my goodness, like, well, how much is the game? Are you losing? Is the company losing that much money to send a game that the person didn't get? I mean,
right?
Freaking, I've had issues with Amazon, and they've sent me product, and they said, go ahead and keep the product. Don't bother returning it. But here's a new replacement.
Right.
Like, literally, that's happened. That's not like I'm not even making that up.
No, I
yeah,
similar situations like that. I mean, apparently, Panzer Dragoon for the Nintendo Switch from Limited Run Games is showing at either $36, $39.99.
I wonder if it has less to do with like the value, but like, or
so this is on eBay. So
yeah, I wonder if it has less to do with the value of the game versus like scarcity.
Well, that's what he was detailing about Limited Run Games, is that people, the scalpers, basically will eat it up as quick as possible and then overprice it on places like eBay and stuff like that. So let me go back to that. Like, so yeah, like some of it here starting out and then like goes up to $89.64, $44.99. Apparently some Limited Run Games collector's edition bundle, 6,500. It's all and it is what it's kind of, and this is like what Melee game, the Melee K stuff they were bringing up. Like, it's kind of preying off of people's fear of missing out on certain things.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what is. Oh, I wasn't sharing the screen. That's what I was showing for the prices. And then this is their site here. And yeah, they deal in physical copies of games and stuff like that, but in in the name, it's Limited Run. So they keep a limited quantity. They do artificial scarcity with this sort of shit. So, it's that unfortunate nature of the beast. But again, it's supply and demand, right? If there was no demand, there would be no supply. They wouldn't have a business to begin with. And if people just, chilled their tits for 1 second, we potentially wouldn't be dealing with sort of, shystery freaking businesses like this.
Right.
And I mean, they do have they don't have exactly a good reputation for some in the
They don't.
in the gaming sphere. Yeah, because as James and Kay were talking about it, James had gotten Kay the special edition of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic that they did. He got it. He was getting it for a Christmas gift, and basically, like, even by the second Christmas, they still hadn't received it, even though it was meant to be due. They're known for this sort of thing, and also, I'm gonna find the incident in particular, but yeah, like that. But they're notorious for not getting products to people on time, kind of like with the gentleman here that ordered his Panzer Dragoon, Jefferson Webster. He tried getting his game on time, but they ended up taking longer than anticipated. He even went out of his way to make sure that he could potentially get it. And that whole bullshit about, you changed it, but it doesn't mean you're gonna, that our systems still apparently aren't updated to accommodate for that and everything. But also, we're not going to go over the full article. I just want to use this really quick. But from Daily Mail here, they had the article of a video game firm fires woman after trans activists publicly branded her as a transphobe for following conservative accounts and voicing excitement over Harry Potter game. There's a lot of shit that happened with that stupid Hogwarts Legacy game. But yeah, this gal, Kara Lynn, was fired by Limited Run Games after trans activist Purple Tinker accused her of following transphobic accounts and threatened a boycott. And what's funny is, like, these people are really just they are the vocal minority, but goddamn, do they have a lot of power for being oppressed. But apparently, as it says here, for some of the other tag points, Lynn, who follows accounts including YouTuber Blair White, zero. You got your transformer right there. How is she transphobic? And right-wing commentator Ian Miles Chung. Now I'm kind of thinking you got what you joking. But Chung's a piece of shit. Thinks Roe is linked to support for Potter game. Limited Run Games said it respects all personal opinions. However, we remain committed to supporting an inclusive culture. So she got the boot. And then she got picked up by and now working for Rippaverse. So while one door closed, another one opened for another opportunity. But that's just another part of this Limited Run saga. And now another part of all of this is they have something called Carbon Engine. Carbon Engine is a development tool that allows legacy content to be ported to modern platforms. All old, well-loved releases can find a second wind on all new hardware using the Carbon Engine. It is a core component of Limited Run's vision for a world that is forever physical. And this is it's supposed to be kind of also like their own little like emulator sort of thing or updater and stuff like that. Kind of like they're saying. But what is Carbon Engine? Created internally at Limited Run Games, Carbon Engine is a multi-platform development tool that helps different emulators interface with modern hardware. It uses emulation as a base, on top of which the Carbon Engine builds features like UI, rendering, audio, data management, controller inputs, and console-specific SDK features like trophies. It allows Limited Run to put out highly accurate emulation-based ports of classic games for modern hardware. So that's what it's doing. It's basically not emulation software, but here's kind of the kicker. Is that they patched it. They've patched some games here and there. Again, from this Nintendo Revised Jesse account, saying it's true. Rocket Knight Adventures Resparked has a bug for the boss rush mode on Sparkster SNES. Version on cart tested 1.0.1. Patch available 1.0.2. Test done without patch and boss rush mode is definitely broken. Reports true. So I guess here. So the bug test. Well, we heard reports that Rocket Knight Adventures Resparked had a bug that prevents completion of the boss rush mode for Sparkster on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. I received my cartridge from Limited Run Games recently and decided to put it to the test, version 1.0.1, on the cart. There is a patch available, but this test was done without the patch, and the video speaks for itself. I defeated the lion boss, and instead of letting me go to the next boss, it just abruptly stops and refuses to continue to the next boss. The true final boss, keep in mind that this is for the boss rush mode, which is a quote-unquote extra mode. As it stands, I have completed Sparkster on normal mode, defeated the normal final boss, and got the credits. But the boss rush mode is definitely broken on cart. I'm going to try Sparkster SNES on hard mode and see if I'm able to access the true final boss. There may be a bug there too. I'm not sure, but it's worth testing. This is just a common thing with LRG games at this point. And this is all part of using their little emulation software. But here's the video showing it off. I'm also not super familiar with this game. This is take over. And it just kind of drops you off here at the end screen and doesn't give you the defeated, it looks like, and so it won't continue on, or at least show your progress. And they have problems with their other games too. This is just one of many. But yeah, I guess staff director, who to look for. That's one of them. And then where's the, close that up. Where is the other one? Got so many freaking okay, here's the other one. Another part of it saying Nintendo Revised Jesse saying, remember, when buying a game from Limited Run Games, it may have bugs that prevent completion. These are two I personally tested. The QA is atrocious nowadays. I wish they truly cared for preservation like they claim. We already watched the Sparkster, and then I guess Gargoyles here. I don't know who remembers Gargoyles out there. I have some of the NECA figures. Really cool. But yeah, I guess you're playing the game, and boom, just locks, kicks out, and goes right first. Because that's what you want your game doing. Removing all your progress and sending you right back to the beginning of the fucking game. You gotta love little things like that. And especially when you're just trying to play some retro games on official consoles and stuff like that, and not having to do like full on emulation like a lot of us are happy to do. But I understand people want things on a proper console and stuff like that. I get it. At the same time, what is the why risk it? Yes, those old games are not perfect. They themselves have their own bugs, their own issues here and there, but God have it, man, you are more likely to get through more of the game through the old emulation than you probably are by the sounds of it with limited run games. All I could really say definitely for this point is to be as cautious as you can be when you're making your purchases. I'll always say go to emulation. There's a lot of great emulators out there. RetroArch, and also on that website, the Retro Achievement site, they have a bunch of recommendations there, especially if you're a trophy hunter, achievement hunter, whatever. They have the resources to get you hooked up. And yeah, you can and then you can start earning achievements, have some fun with that community and check things out, see what people are doing for challenges. It's little things like that that's really cool and really great that you can still do with the old original software, basically, when you're doing emulation. Or if you want to be really freaking hardcore, look for the old original hardware, get an original Super Nintendo, get an original whatever Sega Genesis. They're out there. There are like inexpensive versions out there that you can find for sure. Website LukeyGames.com that I've found that I like. It has definitely had some decent prices last I checked for some retro consoles if you're interested. So for let's see, let's look really quick. But always buy, be cautious what you're buying and everything like that. So like even some of the original Nintendo Super NES system, $233. An original system here for $130, $125, which is kind of more of that's the mini console system. They have the retro N2 NES, which can also, I think, play or original Nintendo game cartridges. So they even host those ones for sale. And then it's just a matter of finding the games themselves, depending on what you're looking for. That's the only unfortunate thing I will say is the games themselves can sometimes still be kind of pricey, depending on the games you're looking for. Like you see here, Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, a classic, $51.97. Mario Kart, $37.74. Secret of Mana, $62. I know some of the games get really ridiculous because of quote unquote rarity and everything like that. Let's see it. Chrono Trigger, $288. Emulate. Even Mario RPG, $79. So yeah, that's the one downside I'd say is trying to find the games themselves can be a little tricky, but you can always shop around. There are plenty of resources out there to do so. Okay, so now what comes into my neck of the woods? So, some of you have probably heard me talk about this, but I backed the Kickstarter project from Night Dive Studios for their System Shock remake. Unfortunately, the company has made some asshat decisions, which makes me really sad. But like it is, you make your own decisions at the end of the day. We've talked about it. I believe I've clipped it. You can find it on his Fractured Filter Gaming channel. Otherwise, to find out a lot more of the details. But otherwise, I did, like I said, I backed their project. I clipped it out. So what I got was the Cyborg Enforcer pack, $150. But the big box collector's edition has a soundtrack, Optimum handbook, crew patch, crew pin, repair bot figurine, steel case with the game for PC even. So steel DVD case. So again, keep all of this in mind for a moment and know what limited run games does. But Cyborg Enforcer form badge, Enforcer credits and game. I think I got those. But I'll also receive the digital collector's edition, exclusive access to close. I did that. That was fun. And then digital copies of the games. Anyway, what then comes up is announcements from them from Night Dive on the Kickstarter page. So it's kind of cut off at the top there, but physical copy shipping soon. Please complete this backer kit survey before April 1st. And they're just kind of letting you know about that. And this is the thing on the backer kit website, I had to change my address because I did move to a new location. And hopefully for them, because this is being handled through Night Dive and everything, what they're doing, but I got questions. But I started checking out some of the other messages that were being sent. And so when I think I first saw it pop up for July, so this was on July 1st of this year, saying, "Hello again, hackers. We know you've been patiently waiting for your physical editions of System Shock and are excited to finally be able to share with you the good news. Shipping has finally begun. Limited Run passed this information along to us and let us know it's targeting July 8th to kick off the shipping process in full." So yeah, that was some interesting stuff after hearing about this limited run game stuff. And I was like, wait, I think I might have seen that name being referenced. And yeah. Then so yeah, as of July 26th, 2024, shipping update saying Limited Run has shared new information with us on the shipping status of physical goods. Currently, all orders consisting of single collector's edition of System Shock have shipped. However, Limited Run let us know that the steelbooks are still in transit and expected to arrive mid-August. So hopefully those will actually show. At the time, single steelbook bundles will ship immediately from Limited Run's vendors facility. I start to get a little nervous because I have already been waiting a very long time for.
How long have you been waiting?
A long time.
Well, what's a long time? A month? 2
months? Since the game's release, I guess you could say would be the. When did this release proper?
Did they say they already sent it to you?
No, there hasn't been any statements on release and immediately or anything. So System Shock was released May 30th last year. And I understand Kickstarters can be kind of goofy like that. But yeah, so this project, God, it went back to when it first launched the project? Oh God, let's see if I can. So it's not like, I went on a chintzy side of it. So, oh my God. So finding update 1 for the System Shock remake 06/26 2016. Like I've detailed, they went through development hell initially. They finally worked their shit out and got things on the right path. Believe me, I was very agitated throughout this whole process. But yeah, so that definitely did not instill me with a lot of confidence, knowing that Limited Run Games has this reputation, because like it was the Mr. Jefferson Webster here, he waited a long time for his game. Melee James and Kay waited a long time for their games to come in. It's not an unheard of thing. They do some shystery shit. They fire people for the whole wrong thing, basically. So they're not exactly they're basically your typical current year lib shit fucking company. All I can definitely say is,
are you gonna wait or get your money back?
I can't. The Kickstarters are basically finalized. Like once it's done, it's done. Once they've basically, taken the backer money, it's set.
Really?
I wish I could have. But as far as I'm aware, but I basically have. I've just been like, I've been unhappy with this project and everything. So, but with Limited Run Games supplying them makes me very, very iffy. So yeah, people. Again, like I said, buyers beware. If you want to shop with them, that's on you. I get it. You want some cool collectibles and all that jazz. And they even, I guess they're right now going to be releasing Tomba from the PlayStation era. But even that, last I was hearing too, was having some issues with some of this development. Oh yeah, here. From MVG on X here. Tomba Special Edition is out today. And this was August 1st, 2024 that he posted this. There are a few known issues that we are most certainly aware of that are already being addressed in an upcoming patch. We know what Tomba means for the fans. Now go take care of those evil pigs. This is James and Kay made this point too. It's a fucking PlayStation game. Like it should be more of a matter of porting the game more than anything, and maybe just like adjusting for the systems and all that. But to have it on release that you're already having to have day one patches and stuff like that for a retro game, guys, come on. What are you doing? So that is kind of the news on Limited Run Games. I thought it was a very fascinating little thing to crop up. Really kind of was like, wow, that's some scummy shit. I already, like I said, I knew about the Carolyn stuff, but this was certainly just kind of like an extra level to all of it. That yeah, they banned a guy from future purchases of their stuff, all because he wanted compensation for something that he did not receive.
Sounds like Limited Run Games is gonna will soon be having a limited run if they keep up this shenanigans. They should already. People should be boycotting them based off this, in my opinion. Like I'd be livid.
Oh,
if I did everything right, and they're like, "Nope, you still need to, give me evidence that you did this." If I had the order confirmation and all, if I had provided everything that this guy provided, and then they tried to stonewall me by saying, "If you don't remove this challenge, the fraudulent charge, or you're going to be banned from our website or our store," I would be like, "Well, screw you," and then I would tell everybody about him.
Yeah.
I'd much rather go
Bullshit.
go to that DK Nintendo store, DK whatever class, the one that I was showing you about, the guy that has all the Nintendo stuff. I'd rather go spend $400 markup at his store, going, I'm going to get it, versus this company that is, you know what I mean?
Right. No, I gotcha.
So,
it's pretty ridiculous.
so I just want to be making sure I understand this. Did you order from limited time games?
I have not ordered anything from limited run games. I think I might have seen some stuff in the past, especially when it came to getting reminded. I saw the Turok here, and I think that Doom 64. Those would have been like the only things I might have been interested in when it came across me, but like otherwise, no. Like I have not purchased anything from them. There might have been, like I said, there might have been some things that kind of caught my eye and been like, oh, that looks cool, but like I never went in on it.
Yeah.
Purchased anything. Sadly, the only thing I went in on was the System Shock remake at this point. But and having regrets on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's, and like I said, it's definitely scummy too, considering the whole artificial scarcity bullshit. All done because yeah, I understand. I used to pre-order some games back in the day to get some cool merch, cool like statuettes, but that was back then when you actually got some cool stuff for it.
Yeah.
But it is really, that they're preying upon that just to get the purchases, but then botch. It's like Aspire in a way. It's like, they release botchy games and then still expecting people to be okay with it. Or EA that released Jedi the Jedi Survivor game, put out ahead of time that, oh yeah, there's problems with the game. People still bought it. It's just like, I don't know. This is why I'm just also just kind of like, what the fuck, gamers? Like, you almost just get what you deserve at this point. But keep an eye out. This is just some real bad shit. I don't know if you have anything else to wrap up.
Just I would say boycott that. I mean, not order anything from them. And I know this is just, this could be a one-off, but regardless if it's a one-off or not, if that's your customer service, and if you're just going to be in the business of stonewalling people, I'm not buying anything from you. And I'm going to tell everybody I know who's a PC gamer or just a gamer in general.
They supply things to not just PC.
Yeah. If you're going to stonewall and break your kneecap, try to break your kneecaps and say, if you don't do this, then you're not going to be able to shop it. Like,
yeah, they have the Switch, PlayStation, PC, Retro, and Xbox collector's editions that they sell. Yeah, I mean they
I wonder if they're on Twitter. I'm about to make a post. Don't buy anything from Limited Run Gaming.
Yeah, they of course have a Twitter account.
If you don't stop making these mean remarks, we're gonna block you.
Okay. Works
what
for
are
you.
Your thoughts? You're more.
No, like I said, this is some scummy ass shit. If I wasn't already, I found it disgusting that they fired somebody for having of a different opinion, different mind, opposite of theirs, and just going off of baseless, and baseless and clearly slanderous rhetoric against somebody. Mainly just like the firing, especially just for wrong think like that. It's just like, no, fuck you.
Maybe they're funded by Disney.
Well, and that's why I stepped away from and I stopped playing Subnautica, because they fired their sound director or their sound engineer guy, all because he had potentially like right wing leaning posts and stuff like that. And they got rid of him. So I stopped playing the game. I'm like, fine, I won't give you the the time on the Steam charts or whatever. Fuck you. Sadly, you already got my money, but I don't have to participate further than that.
Right.
No. So yeah, if they weren't already getting my business, they're especially not getting it now. They could put out like the turbo, like I don't know, super a super collection of all the Star Wars games. Nah, fuck you. I ain't going near it.
Yeah.
So they screwed the pooch here.
Yeah, forget them. Not that I was ever going to buy anything from them, but if I happen
But
to
it
in the
doesn't
future,
it doesn't encourage you either.
No.
You see that, and like maybe there might, like I said, there might have been something that came up, and you've been like, "Oh, that's cool." Maybe they had like a super Master Chief or Gears of War, like Gears of War special edition super collection that came with a chainsaw, like a little replica chainsaw, a figure of
that behavior is unbecoming of a business.
You know, it's something really cool, but then like you hear what goes on with this company, and it's just like, all right, well, no, peace out, later.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And so yeah. Anyway,
you know, the one place that's never failed me in regards to like this kind of stuff is GameStop. Been a loyal GameStop person for the inception of my gaming. You know,
I stopped going to GameStop a long time ago.
But you know what? They never treated you like that. Yeah, they were trying to,
they tried to oversell you on everything.
Yeah, and maybe they didn't give you as much as your games were worth, but they just straight up told you like, no, like they didn't barter. I mean, they were respectful enough not to barter with you. They're like, no, this is what you're getting. There was no.
God, when you're using GameStop as a shining example,
it's bad.
Gaming. Woof.
Yeah.
Woof.
But again, there was no haggling. There was no bartering. They're like, I've got these 5 games to sell you. Okay, $350. For what? For $350? No, $350. For how many? All of them. Really? Take it or get out. Okay. Like
shyster ass.
Maybe I was just going to really bad GameStops, but I was like, and it came down to the point where it's like, I'll trade you this game for a Game Informer. So yeah, Shy Street. 10 out of 10. Do not recommend limited run games. You all should be on a limited run.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. Over on Odyssey, we got Timon, Meteor Advocate Timon, saying, hey, you are still on. Hey, Fractured and Hitman. I took a nap and just woke up. Well, you woke up just in time, sir, because now we've gotten through the topics. We are finally done with all that shenanigans, I think. I could grab some other stuff, but you know what? I think we've done a good enough job. We've tackled a lot of stuff. And I think it's that time, everyone. It's that time. Oh, let me get to these other. Brandon Tran said, speaking of games, did you know Bounty Hunter Remaster has fixed the gameplay controls for console and PC? I heard about that, or I heard about them releasing the game. I wasn't aware of the fixing of controls and stuff. So, I mean, Aspire's kind of goofed on a lot of stuff. So it's good to hear that at least they did something right with this game. And then it says, not familiar with limited run games, except that that is bad news. They have shipping problems. It's better to buy games on Steam. It's definitely more convenient. That's for damn sure. But I mean, that's the problem. I like the idea to have physical games, to have that physicality, to know you own the game and can play it anytime you want. You aren't restricted to an online access and stuff like that. I get that. It's just sad that this company is the ones preying upon it. And I can only hope that we get some alternatives out there to be competition, to provide a better service and all that sort of stuff. So here's hoping on that front. Otherwise, Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we are going to get now into our Stargate SG-1 watch, Season 2, Episode 7, Message in a Bottle. If you're wanting to, we will be having, we'll be shutting down the Twitch and YouTube side of things. But if you want to watch along with us, because I'll be displaying the episode on screen, we have you can go to Rumble, you can go to Odyssey, like Meteor Advocate Timon, who's over there right now. There is a link there, or over to the Kick channel. You can go there as well and watch the episode along with us, because those platforms don't strike us or anything like that. They don't get up our butts. And if Nerdy Neo's back for the replay, he'll be able to get the full chat and see it and read it and all that fun stuff. He digs it, and I try to accommodate for some people out there. So we will now be switching over to there. If you want to, please do jump over to those other platforms and join along with us. So, as they say, see you on the other side.